I forget to turn on my microphone, so I do apologize for that. Let me know if you can hear any music now. I turned off the intro, and then I don't know if you guys can hear the underlying music. It's too loud for you or not. But, anyways, welcome to I guess to another episode of Our Realm, and we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to do a live stream, live dig. I earlier this week I went ahead and I started doing a couple little searches here and there of this, and I came across some videos, but my computer did an update over the night, over like Wednesday night, and it decided to restart my computer as well. And then everything, all those sites that I had left up were gone. So, yay! Yay! It's fun, isn't it? Uh, Doing research is so much fun sometimes, especially when you have everything you want lined up, and then all of a sudden it does a what? It does a big kapooey, and not so much. But anyways, that's why we're here. That's why we're going to do this again. We're going to do it live, and the topic at hand, we're gonna deep dive. I do have a couple of videos we are going to watch when we find them, and then there's a longer version, and I'll see if you guys want to watch it as well. Um, it's part 7 of the lost history of the Earth. I think it is. It was on BitChute or Rumble, one of the two that I found it on. But we're gonna go where the information takes us. Doesn't matter what platform it's on to me personally. If it's on YouTube, if information is correct, then it's correct. Then we'll find it on YouTube. If it's correct on, thanks Sammy, appreciate that. If it's on BitChute, we'll watch BitChute videos and look. But basically, I'm gonna kind of step you guys through a little bit of process of how I do the my digging, if you will, and suggestions are also welcome in the chat. If you're also at a computer and doing multitasking and doing digging and watching, then by all means, by all means, drop a link and we'll check it out. But it needs to be a link that is on topic at hand, and I'm going to be pretty strict on that. I'll ask you nicely. This is your first time. I don't want any nasty links in there. I don't think you guys will, but just in case somebody has a nefarious account, that's something that will definitely get you booted if it's a wrong link. And I don't boot easily. Okay. So, wow, am I the only one here? LOL. Well, there's 10 of you. 25 already stepped in and they said, no, well, this is not for me. So maybe they'll be back. Crazy Shot with Captain K, welcome in. Welcome one. Sammy, General Samuel Fields, welcome in. Jason Q, Jason, welcome in. And of course, myself. All right, cool. So all you lurkers out there, welcome in. All I'll ask you to do is you do share hit the red button and share the show out, because some people might actually learn how to do some research from me. So especially the Piltifa fuckers out there, their research is reading a few articles and just reading the news to you, not actually going back and forth with information. But that's okay. So here we go. All right, I do use I do use Google. I use Brave. Those seem to be the best. And so on my Brave links came up here. They seem to be the best searches on the internet as far as search engines, if you will. So we'll just type in. I like to use both to. And I tell you what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to share the entire tab probably. Window, entire screen. Windows. That's not going to work. Entire screen. Oh, yeah, I can put audio. There we go. Fantastic. This one here. Share this one. Okay, cool. Can you guys see that? Is that weird? Oh, it's just because my cursor was over it. Oh, look, we have a... That's going to be fun. That's going to be marvelous, darling, marvelous. But anyways, I can't do that. That's a no-go. I'll have to share a tab at a time then, guys. I guess share a tab at a time because I'm not going to do that. It looks bad. It looks bad. Stop sharing. Let's share this instead. New tab. There we go. And then I'll just have to share these tabs individually. If Brave will even come up as a share tab. That's bizarre. I can't even share this on a. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to bounce back and forth here, folks. So, right, love it. No, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay, so let's just do a first search um, of a research here. I think we should probably look for flat Earth moon map. Let's just type that in. Flat Earth moon map. Go to images. I like their image search more than anything. It just gives you an idea. Hopefully, it'll give you an idea of what to look for. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. There we go. Because you don't need to see me while we're doing this. So you can just I can just show you guys. All right. So this is what I'm talking about here. Something along this nature. This one right here. Oh, that's actually embroidered. That's pretty tight. It's on eBay. That's cool. That's pretty cool. But we're not here to look at that. We're not here to look at that. So this map right here. Open in a new tab. And that way I can share this tab. All right. So hopefully you guys can see this. It's a it's an idea that so is this a flat Earth show? I want to be talking a lot about it. But it's because this makes sense based off ancient cultures, things that especially the Aztec and the Mayans, things that I have actually researched and presented to you in presentation format. This is kind of a small picture, isn't it? A small picture. Let me see if I can find a bigger picture. But this one, so for DeviantArt, maybe this will work. No, I'm striking out for small images here. Maybe this one. No, that's still a small one right there. But anyways, the the Aztec long count calendar, how you have how there is basically a circle within a circle within a giant circle at the long count. The count, they go out to 5,024 years, which I find amazing, even though these were primitive people who had no idea how to rub two sticks together and come up with some type of let alone advanced mathematics and talk about stone structures, pyramidal structures, all that kind of stuff. So the idea here is that something mimics something else in nature. So you have the mimics, and you have of certain insects who look like. So there's, for example, there's a monarch. There's a monarch butterfly out there, but then there's another butterfly that looks like a monarch butterfly but isn't. Well, the one that looks like it is basically a reflection. It almost looks exactly the same. It has almost exactly the same markings, everything else. Now, what I've proven through my presentations several times here is that the more you dig into a topic, the deeper you go into a topic, the more sets of lies you have to go through in order to get to the truth. And that's the same with any topic you pick. The more you dig into it, the more you understand that what you were told in school or what the quote unquote experts tell you is nothing more than a bunch of bullshit, right? It's all to stray you away from the actual truth of things. Well, this is kind of one of those things. This is I want people to have an open mind about this, and feel free to drop stickers and all that kind of stuff, comments, whatever. But the whole premise that the moon is a reflection of our land, so it's basically a map. We even are even the current maps now today are not totally accurate. And map makers have admitted that the maps we have today aren't totally accurate, especially the I'm drawing a blank here. One of the main used maps we have that has you have to stretch out the land masses and everything else, so everything is distorted really. In order, and even to put the picture on a globe, you still have to distort those images in order to to make everything fit, and things have to be stitched together. So it's not a real, and that's not a true actual map that we have. What we've been told, like our atlas maps and stuff like that, those are probably more accurate because they can scale down everything and put it on a big piece of paper. But with this specifically, the there now I haven't been able to verify this, and maybe you guys will be able to verify this or tell me I'm right or wrong. But the whole premise that when you look up at a full moon, that indeed is the night sky that we look into. And now, so I'm gonna see here trying to find a better picture here for you. And so what I mean by a long count calendar, Mayan long count calendar. It's easier if I just show you guys pictures of this because you'll understand immediately what I'm talking about. Here we go. Boom. Put this right here. Perfect. All right, so I'm sharing this tab with you guys right now, and now what we're looking at is the image is reversed because I don't think we have all the information about all our land masses. I think we're being lied to about what's missing in probably the Indian Ocean. The actual dimension of the actual shape of the continents and stuff like that, I think are off. Now, this is what I was telling you guys about the Mayan long count calendar. This is a 5,000 year calendar, and their calendar, loose interpretation, ended December 12th, 2012. That's all it meant, is that their calendar just ended. So, more specifically, I want to show you guys is this. All right, so you see the big arcing wheel, and then you see the smaller wheels to the left. Well, I think our realm, our area, our the lands beyond the ice wall that that people have written books about, Admiral Byrd had written about. I think that we have movement, right? And it explains why our magnetic pole, if you will, keeps moving as well. So the inside circle is our known territories, our world is Earth to us right here. And then we slowly go along the outside of this other calendar right here, which then and that's where that's how we get the ice ages, because we move away from the sun into a different area. Things freeze, then they thaw again as it moves into another part of the circle, as you will, like the Great Circle, is another term you can use for this. But this is just a theory I have. Okay, this makes sense based off the presentations I've done before, and if you guys have been with me for a long time, you'll understand that what I'm talking about here is I'm going to try to make a connection that our moon is most likely a map of what we see here on Earth, or was at one time part of the continents or the land masses that are supposedly in our outer realm. I'll just call it the outer realm, the areas beyond the ice wall there. And so, if you guys remember in school, the North Pole is always moving. It's always moving. It's always moving. Well, what if our wheel, or the smaller wheel here within the wheel, what if our Earth, that area, is also doing the same thing? And that's how we get these cyclical ice, these cyclical times of freezing and thawing and heat and stuff like that. Well, maybe it's because we're moving into a different section of the greater circle, of the outer realm, and we're going to encounter either an area where there isn't any water, or there's that's not what I meant. There isn't any sunlight. So our sun, essentially, because everything is in cyclical motion. All right. So we have Earth, we have the sun and the moon, and they go around. And there's a giant clock. Okay. Then our outer realm, our realm moves, rotates at this link, and then our outer realm is what we move around inside. So it's a, I don't know if I'm explaining this not correctly or not, but it's an idea I've been thinking about for a while, and especially whenever I see people go, "Oh yeah, it's the moon," I'm like, okay, well then, how's our polar north or magnetic north moving? No one can explain that. No one can explain that at all. Why at all? I want to talk about how your beard is always perfect before a stream. Do you not take naps now and then? How is it always perfect? Well, it wasn't always perfect when I first started growing a beard. We'll do your reptilian. No. But I did do about a 3 hour presentation on reptilians and ancient cultures with reptilians, which was a pretty cool show actually. No, about my beard here. I just take care of it. Hydration. Believe it or not, hydration is great for your hair and your hair up here on your head, and for your facial hair. So I make sure that I'm always hydrated. I wash my beard at least once a week. Depends if I was out doing chicken shit or whatever. If I'm a little dirty, I'll wash it twice. But I oil it 2 to 3 times a week, and I have a fat tooth comb that I brush everything down. But it's taken me years to get it trained. So now that everything kind of just goes together. So I'm gonna get my beard down to here. I'm gonna go for like half of Gandalf the Grey. All right, I'm gonna get a big beard here going. I've had to cut it for various reasons, but it's also good, just like the hair on your head. And I don't have much anymore. It's always good to make sure you get your secondary beard, which is your neck beard here. You got to get those. You got to keep those fluffed out too. Right? You got to keep those straight, otherwise it'll just mat up, and you'll have this little shelf thing, like this. Weird. I don't know. I have a full beard, see, because I take care of the underbeard. So, but anyways, my mustache is what really lacks. Because I have to constantly comb that down. New hairs will come in and they'll start going right up my nose for whatever reason. I don't know. Is it really a top-notch beard, bro? Oh, thank you. It is. I appreciate that. Too bad it's mostly white now. You should see my VA, my Veteran Affairs photograph when I had my mohawk and I had my big beard. I had a much bigger beard than this, and that one I just let grow wild because I needed that. I needed all old growth to come in. That's the thing too, is that in order to have a good full beard, you have to trim it back sometimes and re-let it grow. Trim it and re-let it grow. So, but anyways, smoke them if you got them, people. All right, I want this to be fun. I want to have a good time with this. I don't want to be too serious about this presentation. My girlfriend's gone at an activity tonight, so we've got at least a couple hours ahead of us. I'm thinking maybe 2.5, probably 3, depends on how it goes. It depends on how many videos we watch, because part of my research is watching these videos too. I take note. I take my notes when I'm doing this, and sometimes I'll have to stop the video and back it up. But some of the videos I've seen, the Erewhon one, the history of Lost Earth, or the Lost History of Earth, I've seen that one like 3 times, I think, the entire series. So we won't necessarily have to stop through that, but there's a couple other ones that we're going to find, and maybe I can get my flat Earth map up and going here. I can actually Bluetooth it off my phone. Maybe I can do that. I'll see what happens, because then you guys can see a lot of places where when I do use YouTube, it's because the videos links that I have access to, you can't find those videos. You can't. They're very, very difficult to find on YouTube, if not banned out already together. So drink them if you got them. I'm going to. I believe you when you lie. Yes, it brings a certain sophistication, doesn't it? I know. And I'm only 43 years old. And my beard looks like this, so I'll probably be Santa Claus in 2026. Let's put it that way. Maybe 2025. Who knows? At the rate I'm going. But anyways, let's see here. Who we got? 9 people here. Thanks for people for hanging out. Do appreciate it. This is a new type of presentation, a little loosey goosey, kind of behind the scenes of what I do and how I go about. Usually, what I do is I ask as many questions as I can about a topic, and then I go and try to answer every single one of those questions. And I usually have pages and pages of notes, but not today. So, anyways, back to the Mayan long count calendar here. This is what I think we are. How it is. Let me see if I can bring up another picture here. To give you guys a better idea of the culmination side by side. Okay. Well, this is just going to have to work right here. This is just going to have to work. Now the scale, what scale I'm talking about here is, actually, this will work better. Okay, so share this tab. blow it up so you guys can see it a lot better. Okay, so you see here, all right. You see over here in the picture, the big picture on the right, where we have what looks to be Africa, Europe, North America, South America, Australia. Okay, that is, and then you see the ice wall around it, the ice around it. That is where our known realm is, our known Earth. Okay, that's what I consider. So if you apply that to, and then you maybe this outer circle here, where the much bigger picture is, that's just an idea. All right, there's no definitive evidence because no one's allowed to go south of the 60th parallel, especially when it comes to, how is my sound here? I just thought, okay, good, Mac was off. Especially because no one's allowed to, and it's very, very, very expensive, and no one honestly knows how thick the ice wall is. Guesstimations is for 150, 200 miles. That's a guesstimation right there. But as you can see here, the if you can kind of see that a little, it's kind of hard to see. I do apologize, guys, but um, the images are small and I can't. They're hard to blow up. But anyways, so you have the continents, and you have in here you would have the Earth or the Sun and the Moon rotating around, but then at the same time, um, perhaps the, I guess our dome which shifts, our realm shifts a little bit toward the magnetic north, and how that keeps tracking along. Well, what if we're just that small circle inside the Mayan long count calendar here? What if we're just this? Oh, share this tab. This little image right here, this little circle. What if we're just this little thing right here? And we have a much larger area where we actually exist in. So that's where my mind initially went to this when I was looking for information about this, um, and but more specifically, we're going to go ahead and do this. Get away from here, so you guys have a visual aid of what we're kind of dealing with here, and then we'll go into the videos. They will they'll have a better idea. They'll have a much better idea here. Let's see here, video images, all videos. Okay, so sometimes you don't get. All right, so you can't use flat Earth. Basically, you have to change you have to fool the algorithm here. We'll go with share this tab instead. We'll go with is the moon a reflection of Earth? We'll ask it a question. Okay. And we'll see here. And so I don't like any of those. And then, so now I'll go to what was this? Brave, and ask the same question. Is the moon a reflection of Earth? And I'm getting the same type of responses. Nothing I really want so far. Oh, you know what I can do? Got you guys. I got you. Where is it? Okay, we can do this instead. Bring up a new tab. Share this instead, and we'll go to Rumble, and I'll go to my library. No, Maggie. No, you cannot be. Nope. Watch later. Here we go. Should be my bottom. No, it's not here. Okay, then let's go check BitChute. Oops, there it was. Go check out BitChute. And watch later. I love the little watch later files here. Here we go. Boom. Oh, look at that. I was smart enough to save the two videos that I really wanted to show here. Okay, so we'll take a look at this one here.
Watch what steak does to your gut.
The carnivore diet. Why do people lose weight
Sorry,
so
I don't have
rapidly?
an ad blocker. I don't care about using them. They only force you to do like 5 seconds of watching. So to me, it's not that big a deal. So go here. And this guy is going to be able to give you a lot better example of what I'm telling you about, or filling in the technical parts of it, I guess. And so this is a total of 12 minutes. We're going to watch it, and then we'll do some more searching around, because this will give me some ideas on what to search for and how to fool Google's algorithm. Because you can use Google effectively if you use what you're looking for in a sentence, and instead of using keywords like the search is designed to do. So it's a word search. Instead, you can actually use sentences, and then it'll scan the internet for those sentences, and you can actually find some decent stuff in there. I mean, you have to go to several different pages, but you can still find it. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to play it. Enjoy this video, and try to learn something here, folks. Here we go. Oh, the graphics for this, by the way, are just spectacular.
We always see the same face of the moon. That happens because the moon is a cosmic plasma phenomenon. The moon is not land, but a focused electromagnetic energy light with its own phases.
Real quick, folks, if you guys are wondering about the moon, the plasma stuff, I've already done a 3+ hour presentation on what the moon is, or what could the moon be. And if you guys want to go back and search for those, I don't name them. It was quite a while ago. I think it was earlier this year, like in January, I think. And yeah, so I already did a presentation on it, and showed you guys videos of a professor from Melbourne, Australia, who thinks it was from 1968, 1969, but he was convinced that the moon was an energy ball, a plasma ball, not a solid mass like we're told, that is only facing one direction at all times. So here we go. Oops. Here we go.
It takes place in a semi-ethereal toroid field above because of the electromagnetic energy that comes from below our level plane. On the face of the moon, we can see the material field that is below the world that we live in, mirrored, working like a level Earth's selfie. The moon is focused electromagnetic phenomenon called plasma. Cosmic electromagnetic energy comes below from the flat and stationary plane going above. The inner reflection of this electromagnetic energy on this field's ceiling turns it back down, creating a focus spot point in a semi-ethereal environment. At this spot, there is fluorescence of the ether because of the focused cosmic electromagnetic energy. The spot that is created is the moon. In this way, the moon reveals to us the large part of the terrestrial and oceanic surface, and with these natural characteristics, serves as a natural map of Earth. map of Earth. Moon is a focused plasma phenomenon and happens in the ethereal field above. It is a semi-ethereal, showing us the material field and the world we live in. The reason that happens is an electromagnetic coil moving source below. With a few words, it's like Earth's selfie. It is the mirror of the Earth. That is why we always see the same face of the Moon. It is the face of the Earth in real time. We have to flip the Moon mirror and to see the map of the Earth in this transition. Water masses and energy spots give fluorescence on the ethereal field above, white areas of the Moon. But land masses do not, transparent areas of the Moon, blue in the day, black in the night. So in this way we have the first world map by Plasma Moon. Water masses give fluorescence in the ethereal field above and create the Moon. They are represented from the white part of the Moon. Land masses do not give fluorescence, so they are represented transparently. They always take the background color of the sky. Moon is an electromagnetic phenomenon and happens in a semi-ethereal field above at around 5,500 kilometers altitude. Its diameter is 51 kilometers. It is made from fluorescence and phosphorized ether of krypton. Cosmic electromagnetic energy comes from below, black sun, and hits the inner side of our toroidal field. There is a prismatic refraction of this cosmic energy there that separates it to plus and minus, creating the Sun and the Moon at two moving spots with shape-like lenses below where they are focusing. The Moon is a live reflection of the Earth like a mirrored X-ray. In this way it reveals to us all part of the terrestrial and oceanographic surface of the Earth. These characteristics serve as the full map of Earth.
Okay, well, that wasn't the video that I remember seeing, but that's okay. And we are going
Watch what
to.
protein shakes do to your body.
I don't care what they do. To
This
my
is a
body.
protein.
Hold on. Yep. Okay, that was something else. So, here we go. Wonderful. So again, here I'm on. I don't know if you guys even see this yet. Here we go. I'm on BitChute. I just put in moon map of Earth, and I came up with quite a few hits already. Now there's the I think because we're going to go in the direction with Pin Lu with her question there. For those that are lurking, this may be dumb. Well, first of all, Pin Lu, here there's no dumb questions because here we're trying to find the truth no matter where it is. So we have to ask questions that may sound crazy to us or weird to other people, but we're just asking questions for asking questions' sake. If it is a reflection, why is it we only see one and not multiple? Okay. She did touch on that a little bit. It was she did have an accent, so it was kind of maybe been difficult for some people to hear all the way. I have a problem sometimes with accents as well, especially thick Irish accents. Even though I come from that area, my bloodline does, and very thick Scottish accents. I have a hard time discerning what they're talking about, especially when they go and talk their local jargon. But I have a video here. It says it's labeled "How the Plasma Sun and Plasma Moon Live Mirror on Earth." It's a 4.5 minute video. Let's give it a take. Let's take a look at it and see what it has to say. Of course, the commercials. We're doing this live, folks. There you go. I'm liking all the funky ass 80s psychedelic sort of synth vibe that's going on here. Real quick, so if you guys are looking at the screen right now and you're going, what the fuck am I looking at? So here's the here's the breakdown of that real quick. So I don't subscribe to this because I haven't found enough evidence to prove this, but it does help explain certain things on our realm here. This right here in the circle here is Earth, or flat realm we live in. This has the map we just looked at in the previous video. But what you have here is you have in the center, you have at the North Pole, essentially. And there's a reason, there's, a lot of reasons why we can't go within 500 miles of the North Pole. So people who actually go to the North Pole, don't really go to the North Pole. Just like when people say they go to the South Pole, they don't really go to the South Pole. It's all ceremonial. But then you have here supposedly some people think this, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I think that there's an argument to be had about Hollow Earth as well. So, but we have here is you have, because if you guys have watched the moon at any given time, sometimes the moon is straight up above you at the zenith, straight up above you, and sometimes it's to the horizon, to what appears to be our south, or if you're in the southern hemisphere, it appear to be to your north. We have those those views that we see, and we see the phases and stuff like that. Now, in this model here, if we're to have what's known as a black sun, something underneath us, for example, and there's many cultures that describe this, and I've talked about those as well. The Hopi, for one of them, is they believe we're in the fourth level of Earth. Literally, they had to go up in levels. So when you have a new moon, where you just see the silhouette on a clear night sky, you can see the silhouette of the moon not fully lit, which then begs the question, what the fuck are we seeing when we see eclipses? What's blocking the sun with eclipses? That's for a different conversation. So this is called the black sun because we don't see it, and what we do see is we see the light from it based off of the light from the moon. It's almost like a plasma reflection. So this, as it moves in and out, purposely goes in and out. So the circles here are centric. So it goes around in a circle below us, right? So then the light is going to shine differently as let me do this here. The light is going to shine differently. So this is the black sun, and it's going at an angle out of a hole. It's going to appear to be different based on the position it is on a particular circle, or if it's closer to the center, if you will, the smaller circle, red circles, that would bring us where the moon is straight above us. Now, as it moves out further, that means the moon, it's going to be in our night sky, is going to be further, it'll be closer to the horizon. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to people. Because so when the black sun moves toward the center, small red circle, that's when you see, and that's why that kind of makes sense, because I've seen this the moon one night on, like a fistful. You put your fist at a distance, and then you put your bottom of your fist here at the top of the horizon, and then you see where the moon is at. I'm talking like 7 fingers of degrees from the horizon one night, and then the very next night I'll look for the moon in the same place. I'm like, oh, where's the moon at? It should be about here. And I'll look up, and it's straight above me. It's right above me. And so that would make sense if the black sun is actually projecting out of this hole. And even Admiral Byrd said he flew down into this. I'm not sure how he did, but he flew down into a giant hole into the where the North Pole is supposed to be. So you have the moon, the black sun, rotating and going in and going out, just like our sun does. When it goes to, in the summertime, it's at the Tropic of Cancer, and then when it goes away from us, it goes to the equator, then Tropic of Capricorn. So we have our moon, our sun, and the moon does. Our sun does the same thing, and you can kind of see it if you pay attention, close enough attention. You can actually see the sun drop in the horizon almost immediately. With over like a 72-hour period, you can notice the sun like really reaches out when it started the wintertime. But you have to have clear days, and you need to be paying attention. It's an observational thing, and it only happens a couple times a year. So you have to make sure the conditions have to be right in order to observe it. And I've observed it one time, and I've been at this for 5-6 years. No, I'll take that back. About 4 years, almost 5 years now, of understanding that our realm here is not a globe, not living on a ball. So anyways, as the black sun is going toward the small circles or out toward the outer circles, the larger red circles, it will determine where the moon will be in the sky, depending on your position, where you're at on Earth. That makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I know. It's kind of it can kind of get crazy, but let's go back to watching the rest of this film here. Okay, so so we have some reading here. If you were new to Plasma Moon, which mirrors Flat Earth, please watch the following videos: Plasma Moon and Greater World Map 2, Greater World Map and Macroclimate Change 3, Centennial Physics Volume Number 1, and Exercise in Visual Pattern Recognition, Empirical Evidence of the True Earth Map. So we've okay. So take a screenshot, if you will, and go ahead and check those out for yourselves. But I did find the video that I did want to see that I tried to find, and actually was on YouTube. So guess where we're going to go? We're going to go to YouTube, and we're going to watch this 13-minute video here. So far, I haven't had any real questions about this myself, but please, the questions are great. Keep them coming if you have them. Otherwise, we're just going to learn together, and I'm going to stop and explain some things, or do what I need to do. So here we go.
The following is a series of
one that I found fascinating, that was made by one of my oldest Flat Earth friends, who was there with me when I started my Flat Earth investigation. Here is my friend's channel, who goes by the name better known as WrongThink. I'll have a link in the description. I definitely recommend you subscribe to his channel. Now, I have been a subscriber of another channel called Vibes of Cosmos for a couple of years now, I think, and I always found his primary premise worth considering, but I have not agreed with it. I have watched a lot of his videos, but I cannot say I've seen everything of his, but I think he was the first one who made this claim. You can correct me if I'm wrong about that. I'll have a link to the Vibes of Cosmos channel in the description as well. In short, the claim is that the moon's topography is somehow representative of the Earth's topography. In other words, the moon is somehow a real map of our world. Although I found the argument by Vibes of Cosmos thought-provoking, I have not agreed with it. But I always try to maintain an open but critical and objective mind. Flat Earth has certainly taught me to not judge ideas too quickly. Truth can come from anywhere, and the smallest channels. That said, my friend's video that you're about to watch makes the moon map claim a bit more plausible in my mind. I had never thought about the underwater topography aspect. I share it with my Flat Earth family, not because I want you to believe it, but so that you can likewise ponder it, reasonably debate it, and share your own thoughts and conclusions. My very intelligent friend has spent thousands of hours studying this topic and is 100% convinced that this is the smoking gun proof for the Flat Earth, and will be sharing more videos on the topic. Anyways, I hope you enjoy it as much as I did.
Welcome to Cylindrical Physics Volume 1, an exercise in visual pattern recognition. Empiricism, a method of inquiry by which a postulation can be verified or disproved by direct evidence, measurement, or experiment. Core axioms. All maps are scale models of reality. Latitude and longitude are points on an Earth map projection that help you find a specific location. The scale of a map is the ratio used to correct the distance on the map projection to the corresponding distance on the ground. We now have empirical evidence of the true Earth map. The following is a series of Earth map projections. As a general rule, the horizontal red lines are latitude and the vertical red lines are longitude, corresponding distance on the ground. We now have empirical evidence of the true Earth map. The following is a series of Earth map projections. Evidence of the true Earth map. The following is a series of Earth map projections.
I'm sorry for the robot voicing, but I wanted to slow this down so you guys could get a better view of all these different concepts of the Earth, and some of them you might recognize and some of you may not recognize. There's a couple of them I haven't, especially these diamond shape. I mean, it's almost like we're watching an episode of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy at this point. The Lotus there.
Is a general rule.
Okay.
The horizontal red.
All right, we'll go back to regular normal speed now. But I just wanted to do that for you guys because I needed to slow it down to take a look at everything. I really did. But here we go.
Red lines are latitude, and the vertical red lines are longitude. As these lines intersect, they create bounded areas. The bounded areas of each projection cover the same area of Earth as the corresponding bounded areas on the other projections. The shapes of the bounded areas influence the shape of the continents contained therein. Despite the subtle differences, these are the same land masses. Here are several different projections of Africa. Notice the shape of the continent and the angles on the coastline changes. This is because of the coordinate system. When the bounded area is largely composed of wide rectangles, Africa becomes squat and wide. When the bounded area is largely composed of tall, thin rectangles, Africa becomes tall and thin. When the bounded areas containing Western Africa are thinner than the ones containing Central and Eastern Africa, Western Africa becomes noticeably more stout. The same thing happens with the other continents. The eastern edge of South America can be either pointed or flat, depending on the coordinate system. On the left is a cylindrical coordinate system, where the top line is the North Pole and the bottom line is the South Pole. Cylindrical map projections are the ones most people are most familiar with, On the right is a polar coordinate system, where the center point is the North Pole, and the outermost circle is the South Pole. We can convert between coordinate systems. The top line in the cylindrical coordinate system becomes the central point in the polar coordinate system. The bottom line in the cylindrical coordinate system becomes the outermost circle in the polar coordinate system. The conversion also works in reverse. These conversions are easy to do in any image manipulation program, such as Photoshop or GIMP. If the geographic center, which is represented by the red dot, of the coordinate system is misaligned from the magnetic center, which is represented by the collapse point of the concentric latitudes, a waveform will be introduced in the conversion. This is analogous to the disparity between the magnetic and geographic north poles on Earth. In this coordinate system, the geographic center is different from the magnetic center of the coordinate system. Notice the waveform in the latitudes of the converted cylindrical projection. Even in the more exotic coordinate systems, the bounded areas cover the same areas of Earth. Equivalence between coordinate systems is verifiable by manipulating the bounded areas into the same shape. In order to convert A into B, we will first convert the polar coordinate system A into cylindrical coordinate system A prime, and we will convert polar coordinate system B into cylindrical coordinate system B prime. B prime has squares for every bounded area. Therefore, the bounded areas of A prime must all be converted into squares. Upon converting the irregular bounded areas of A prime into the regular squares of A double prime, equivalence between A double prime and B prime has been verified. Notably, the Americas have increased in size. Africa has shrunk slightly. South America and Australia have moved to the right, and Europe has moved to the left, all in accordance with straightening the zigzagging longitudes. Converting A double prime back to polar verifies equivalence between the original polar projection B as well. Even the largest ground-based objects, such as mountains and skyscrapers, shrink and fade to obscurity at distances of several dozen miles. In fact, only 2 objects are visible from every location on the surface of the Earth: the Sun and the Moon. The Sun is a source, a locus, if you will, of blinding light, more or less devoid of discernible features. The Moon, on the other hand, not only possesses discernible features, those features are its defining characteristic. The other defining characteristic of the Moon is its phases: new to waxing to full to waning and back to new. An eternal cycle. This introductory episode will focus exclusively on the first quarter moon phase, better known as the waxing half moon. I must stress, this is not an arbitrary half moon, but the half moon is defined in observable reality by the shadow terminator line. Take note of the discernible features of the waxing half moon. An interesting thing happens if you mirror the moon and focus on the waxing half. Let's apply an unsharp mask filter to make the darks slightly darker and the lights slightly lighter. Finally, we'll apply a coordinate system. Let's revisit the off-center polar to cylindrical conversion to convert our polar moon image into a cylindrical one. Apply continental boundaries. Apply coordinate system. color the land green and the water blue. Let's deconstruct this and examine it in more detail. Let's begin with an unmanipulated moon image. Let's ensure the accuracy of the continental outlines. Let's address the anomalies which are present in the moon image, but left out of the outline. Every one of these anomalies are present in relief maps of the Earth, which show the elevated lands underwater. Let's look at East Asia. China, Korea, Japan, Yellow Sea area. Separating the light from the dark reveals the shape of the land underneath. In Japan and Korea become instantly recognizable and at the appropriate latitude and longitude. South of Japan are several long arms of land clearly visible on the moon and on relief maps. South and east of this area, between Australia and the Americas, is the largest anomaly on the map. Relief maps show us this is Eastern Oceania, that is Micronesia, Melanesia, and Polynesia. Over 10,000 islands scattered across tens of millions of square miles of ocean. East of South America, off the southern coast of Brazil, is the Rio Grande Plateau, or the Rio Grande Rise, clearly visible on relief maps. 120 to 270 miles west of the coast of India's southwestern Malabar coast lie the Lakshadweep Islands, clearly visible on relief maps.
Okay, so I have a question here for everybody listening here. Thank you for the people being here. Thanks for hitting that blue pill or the red pill and sharing the program out. I do appreciate it because that's all I ask. Is the map that we're looking at and these anomalies that we're seeing, were these anomalies visible at some time? Like, for example, the island, the mountains off the southern coast of Japan, down by the Marianas Trench. Were those mountains visible at some time in our history, our realm's history? Is that what we're looking at here? Are we looking at I don't know, is the moon a photographic negative of our realm at some point in the past? Because in order for these land masses, these quote unquote anomalies to occur, I mean, think about it, people. The water would have to be lower because in these land masses that would be available, you'd see them above the water. So I don't know. I just something I thought about, and like, for example, if I was doing an actual diet by myself with just music in the background and wasn't streaming at all, I would be going down that rabbit hole. Okay, I'd put a big old star and a circle around it, and I put little arrows pointing down, and then because that would make a send off point of my notes, letting me know that I need to come back to what I was listening to or what I was doing before I spun off into oblivion somehow. Pre Younger Dryas, Water Wizard, that's a good question, right? Graham Hancock speaks of as in both of his books. He speaks of the Younger Dryas. Now that was, that's. But the thing is that I've also read that the Dryas was just a time about 12,500 years ago, 12,800 years ago, possibly. Well, I mean, possibly up to 13.2 to be realistically here. But again, we have science is saying that the history of our universe is doubled now. It's 28 billion years old. I mean, does that mean all time has then doubled? Is the Younger Dryas now 24,000 years, 25,000 years in the past? I mean, that's weird, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking outside the box here because this is kind of how it's. I'm showing you guys a window into my mind here of how I think a little bit. So I'm wondering if at one time, because maybe because we were, remember, our circle keep showing you the Earth, right? And then we're moving. It seems that we're moving. And don't worry, we're gonna go to, after this video, we're gonna watch a couple more some more videos about the clock thing that I'm telling you guys about. Okay, this is because I see these images here. Right. So you're right, Wizard. Absolutely. I've done so many presentations on this. All cultures have experienced the same exact thing, the same, almost virtually the same time. The history that we know, a vast majority of ancient cultures after a great deluge have had a tall, white-skinned, bearded man come to them to help rebuild their civilizations. It's amazing. I don't know if it's the creator himself coming down and helping these people with math science and teaching them how to cultivate and husbandry of animals and yada 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 yada, or is it an Atlantean? Because some of these, I don't know if you guys I'm gonna, as we're watching videos, I'm also looking for other videos to watch behind it. So, are we? Is the, because the theory of Atlantis, the story of Atlantis, says what, in a 24 hour and a night and a day, the island sunk. Okay. Well, what if it wasn't a night and a day? What if the night and day was just the shift of our circle, our realm, shifting within the great clock, like the great Mayan calendar, long calendar I keep telling you guys about? That, like, with a little section here, I'll show you again. This is as a reference. Okay. Share this tab right here. See the little clock, the little circle within the giant bigger circle. What if that was our? What if we clicked a minute, or how many times it takes to get around the entire circle? What if that was the case though? You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't. I'm going off of. I'm not telling you everything here because I'm going off of my own personal experiences, my research, and trying to meld it in together, because now my presentations are starting to come back to me. Some of these are, and I I need to find a way to be able to stitch these things together. But I think I'm doing okay so far. I'm raising questions, and you guys are doing great and all that kind of stuff. Now, could there have been, because if we have now, I don't know if you got Crow 777. He's the one that he filmed the lunar wave. If you guys don't know what that is, look it up. Go YouTube it. It's on YouTube everywhere. He recorded the lunar wave, and then he also, I haven't seen the video yet, but supposedly he also recorded that we have two suns. Now, what if we're not the only realm, Earth, if you will, in this greater circle? What if we're a cog and there's multiple realms around us at the same time, and we're just going along the outside here? Our area, our sun is, as the sun and moon go around, maybe there's multiple suns and moons that go around, and these cooling periods are simply our sun and moon moving away from our realm, our area, and then we have another moon and sun come in to our known realm, and that's the ice age, where we don't have the sun to keep the cold away during the seasons, to keep the cold away, to push this cold away in the winter, in the summertime, and to bring the cold in the wintertime. I don't know. I mean, it kind of makes sense because, we have our seasons, right? In Australia, they're the opposite of us because they're further away. That's just where that's where they're at. But I don't know. And this is interesting because now we're forced to ask because we're told. All right. Now, here's the thing. When we're in modern science, except it's school science, the ice ages were massive volcanoes that were going off everywhere, and then just the clouds were so thick of ash and everything else that it blocked out the sun for fucking days, months, years at a time, to create these huge continental size ice shelves that are 2 miles high, and we're supposed to believe that. Okay, we're told we need to believe that, but when you bring up this concept up to other people, enjoy this. Where I'm heading over to severe. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. I expect to lose people. That's fine. Have a good night. Are we in a warming trend in our area where we have it's set for and even our own history, our own like timeline has changed completely. Graham Hancock has said that you've got Göbekli Tepe, which every single time they uncover another site, there is it's proving that modern history is wrong. That man was much more advanced. That they had their knowledge of and their sciences were much more advanced than they actually were itself. There's a place in I think it's in Bolivia, right by the Nazca line, somewhere along there. Archaeologists found a campsite which predates Clovis by 15,000 years. And Clovis time frame, if you guys know what that is when man is supposedly creating flint arrows, and they're hunting and they're gathering, that time frame, and it predates that. And this campsite predated that because the campsite also produced some bones that would be saw marks on them, meaning tools. And they were able to fasten stone and use it as probably a machete or a tomahawk, if you will, or even use them as skinning. You can use volcanic glass, obsidian to skin hides and to cut meat and use it. And actually, there was even thought that some obsidian knives were made specifically for surgery because it had such a fine edge and it kept the edge for a long, long time. So there's that even in Egypt they've found surgical tools. You find skulls where they have chunks of the skull missing, relieving pressure from an aneurysm or something like that. So medical procedures have been done prior, thousands and tens of thousands of years prior to man becoming known and how to treat certain ailments, especially when you're removing chunks of your skull to relieve pressure of it. So it's crazy how things can just like how this topic here I just completely spun off into oblivion, into I don't know what the hell I'm talking about right now. But anyways, back to the topic at hand. What was it? Yes. So the question is, these anomalies that we're seeing on the map here, are they? I'll share this tab now. At a time now, that's the thing too. It's like how do we know? Right. Well, yeah. Black Mirror, Obsidian. Yeah. Well, I mean, your cell phones can also be black mirrors. That's what that is. It's a black mirror. Your TVs, when they're turned off, they're black mirrors. But yeah, I mean, double meanings for everything. Right. Something Aussie live upside down. Yeah. Well, yeah. I know, but yet we've been asking for people to show us that evidence of from any satellite that has a camera on it. Please show us people that are upside down that appear to be right side up because of low gravity. All right. But anyways, so now we're talking about a time where is this pre-flood time? Did the Great Deluge that multiple ancient cultures talk about, was this negative of our moon? Was that taken prior to the deluge? There's even cultures that speak of the moon. There wasn't a moon at one time. The Hopi speak of it. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. But there's other. I remember reading that and seeing that somewhere, where there's other cultures. Sometimes they say that the moon wasn't in the sky, and that it basically came. It came in it was like moved in there or something like that. I think it was probably an ancient alien bullshit thing or whatever. Which there's, I won't spin off on that. But anyways, let's finish this and let's go watch another video. Here we go.
450 miles south of this, along the Chagos-Laccadive Ridge, are the Maldives. East of this is the 90 East Ridge, which, unsurprisingly, rides the 90 East longitude. Off the western coast of northern Namibia in Africa lies the Walvis Ridge. Between South Africa and Madagascar is the Mozambique Ridge. In conclusion, not only are all continents visible on the moon and consistent with stated latitude and longitude, all major ocean ridges on world relief maps are present and consistent as well. Only 2 objects are visible from every location on the surface of the Earth, and the only one with discernible features bears every location on the surface of the Earth as those discernible features. This is not a coincidence. The next episode will cover the magnetodielectric field as an electric circuit and deal with how and why a plasma projection of a geographic terrain through a magnetic field will bear distortions due to the presence of that magnetic field.
Sorry, I just realized it. I was muted. Oh boy. Far right. Sorry, one more time. Here we go. We're doing this live. No one's a professional. So here we go. What I was telling you guys, make sure I'm off mute again. Yes, I am off mute. What I was telling you guys, to take a look at this map here. Follow on the far right of the map here on the moon. You can see this mostly circular dark gray spot. Follow that as the film is progressing, and to watch the oscillation of the moon. Okay, the moon actually oscillates. So here we go. Interesting. Interesting. So that thing actually oscillates. The moon moves a little bit for something. How does something that's supposed to be tidal fixed, how does it move? Does it rotate like this? Now, if you guys remember, if you've ever seen it inside of a clock, okay, and I've always said this: what we live on. I honestly think we live on is a giant face of a clock. Um, the Led Zeppelin says the sun, let's see what the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. I don't know where I'll be tomorrow. I'm sorry about that, but so you have there's multiple rock songs. So you can do a search for them on what they sing about, the titles and stuff like that. You can actually make connections with it. Now, I think it's very interesting that our moon goes back and forth when we're told that it's tidal locked, completely faced, doesn't move, and we see the same face every single time. But if you track it like the guy was doing over a year, you could see the moon actually go back and forth. And so that's YouTube. So yeah, find it very interesting. Okay, back. Now we're going to go to Prague. Back to BitChute here, and yeah, back to BitChute because this video is pretty interesting. I've seen this before. I saw this like years ago when somebody was taking some video footage of the clock itself, but it didn't make sense to me. This is before I went down the flat Earth rabbit hole. But here we go, people. I think you guys are going to enjoy this one. And then I think a 1964 article, "The Moon is a mirage, reflection on Earth's surface," probably. Yeah, so we're going to watch this one first. So here we go. What? Commercial? So many commercials. Geez, some of those lines look kind of familiar. What we just watched a little bit ago. So here is the clock goes around, right? And it's got these zodiac signs and it's got these numbers and stuff, and then you see how, like, you can see how it would go clockwise, right? You see the map itself. How if our realm is the small circle within the clock, that if we're going around clockwise and maybe we're just going around like this, that would help explain some ice ages and how they quickly come and they quickly go. Again, I'm just speculating here. I'm not actually, there's no hard evidence about this because it's difficult to find this evidence, to be honest. We can piece things together to try and formulate a cognitive thought, but then there's the whole adage of what part of the history that we are we. This is the stuff that's been throughout these generational great resets, if you will, and we've seen these throughout history. Is this is some of the information that's been left over? I think this is so. What we're not being told everything. A lot of this stuff is being hidden from us purposely, because I think if we understand that we don't live on a ball, if we understand that we're being lied to about everything, I mean everything. I mean everything. All of our history is a lie. Everything else is, if everything, certain things are lies, if certain things are lies, you have to assume that everything is a lie. It's safe to assume that that you're not being told the truth on everything. So therefore, that's where Kiba, come on, get out, get. My boxer's trying to get underneath my feet right now. Come on, get back. If we're not being told the truth on X, Y, and Z, well, maybe A, B, and C is also a lie. So that's where I go with this kind of stuff. We're going to continue to finish watching this here and enjoy this. Or less than halfway.
So on the moon you can see these shadows, which actually are the continents of Earth. So the moon is reflecting Earth just like a mirror. So if you see the circles, this is the known world. The known world. Yeah. So the map is according to this one. So the astrological clock shows exactly the same thing. Yeah. Just found out in the recent years. So just came here and yeah. So
I think everybody is here wondering what it is about.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that was interesting. Let's see here. I want to show another one of this video of the clock here, because I thought I had. Is it this one? It's weird. Okay? Here it is. Here we go. Yeah, 4-minute video, and then we're gonna hit up the over on Rumble. Is it? No, it's back on BitChute here. I found the Lost History of Flat Earth, the episode 7, and it talks about the moon. This one is an hour and 38 minutes, so that's why we're gonna watch it last, because there's now this is like, again, people, this is how I do. This is some of my research. This is how I do some of my research. This isn't. I'm not showing you everything, but this is part of the process here is going through these videos, and then what I would usually be doing is pausing these videos a lot and taking down notes, and then cross-referencing them. So on any given video, even like on a 4-minute video, 5-minute video, I could possibly go up to two hours just searching information from that 5-minute video. To break down a 22-minute video, I spent 10 hours of research on it just to break it down. And I guarantee you the Piltifa people, they don't do that kind of shit. They don't at all. But anyways, let's see, where were we at? Yes, right here. Okay, so back at it, and right here. Another video.
On the moon is a real map of Earth. But the interesting thing about that proposition is that our Earth that we recognize is only a partial part of the full map. In the flat Earth model, we have our Earth, which is essentially a puddle melted out of a larger lake, where the sun and moon go around and melt out a puddle from what we call Antarctica, which is the shoreline. So our Earth is just one part of that larger Earth. And the sun and moon move around, melting out a different puddle.
As a north magnetic pole circumvents a central magnetic circle, the toroidal magnetic field moves with it. The sun and moon are bound in their revolution by our magnetic north pole. And because of this, they move within our magnetic toroidal field only.
Interestingly, the Prague astronomical clock shows this very same model. If you look closely, this circular area where, that's showing the zodiac signs has an open area in the middle. It's connected to the center of the full clock face, off center. So this circle is going to move around the larger clock face, around that center. Notice also that the sun and moon aren't connected to the center of the whole clock face. It is connected to the center of this zodiac wheel. So showing that the sun and moon are going around this open area in this zodiac wheel, which itself is going round slowly the entire clock face, which is the model I just showed you. So this clock is literally depicting this model of the flat Earth that I believe is the true model.
Interesting. Beware the Gleason gatekeepers. That's a pretty good message. But anyways, there's all kinds of stuff to get into it with this kind of stuff, people. I'm probably sure that's going to get me kicked off of YouTube showing that. So let's go ahead and do this one right here. Share this tab. So, okay, folks. Because I'm just letting you know how I do my own research and stuff like that. What I look for, the obscure videos that I find. Even that's why I watch videos all the way through, is because some of the stuff here, even toward the end there, I'll also make notes of, and I will I'll end up putting it on the to-do list, like to research list. All right. So when I go back, I can't, you can't keep it all in your mind. All right. Your fucking head will explode. So I've got to take notes. Okay, folks. So this, first of all, thank you for being here. The 10 of you that are still here with me, I do appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. And I think you guys have probably seen this before. I will drop a link to the next video here because it is an hour and a half. And I know if you want to, it's already 9:30 in my time, so 10:30 on the East Coast, 9:30 Central. And on the West Coast, it's only 7:30, so it's early for you guys. But I'm going to play it anyways because I had some really good sleep last night, and it's been a very easy day for me, and I have the energy just to stay up late. So we're going to watch The Lost History of Flat Earth, the episode 7, all right, that specifically talks about the moon and the map, and it goes into further detail, kind of culminating everything we've been watching today kind of in one video here. I usually, like I said in the chat here, I usually play my videos at 1.5, 1.25 speed just because I watch so much stuff. And I'm in the background, I'm always researching stuff because I have to be able to watch it fast so I can get the points I want to dive into. You basically consolidate my time and try to utilize my time in a better fashion. But this one here, this guy talks a little slow, but I'm not going to speed up. I'm not going to speed it up for anybody because I think we need to just watch it as is, and it's a pretty good one, to be honest. And like I said, this is just the start. This is just me starting the research on this, and when I as I continue to do more research on this, I'll actually most likely I probably put a presentation together, at least just to have it on hand so I can show it at a later date. But beyond that, I'm going to shut up and we're going to watch this. And you're going to watch a commercial first. Oh, shoot. All right, here, people. All right, so this is AEWAR, AEWAR, Lost History of Flat Earth, Episode 7, The Known World. All right, I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, copy and paste this into the chat for you guys. Paste it. And boom. So there is the link if you guys would like to watch it a second hand or a third hand. Like I said, this is going to be, I think, number 4 for me total. But, this was a couple of years. This is a year and a half ago, at least, since I last watched anything on this guy. So here we go. Enjoy.
Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. And during my journey, as I made my way through the tangled labyrinthine paths of deception, looking for the center of truth, I met a brilliant woman who taught me many a flat fact. But out of all of her flat facts, it was one fact that struck a chord. She showed me the maps of old and asked me to find the key anomaly, the one error that all maps contained. I pointed to the varying representations of unknown land masses, to Hyperborea. She shook her head. No, find the glitch. We live on a flat plane. Our world is an electromagnetic terrarium, surrounded by an ethereal sea of water. And like all terrariums, after initial creation, they begin to form their own self-sustaining atmosphere. The sun and the moon journey above our flat realm in concentric spirals. There are 5 prominent circles of latitude, we are told. We have the Arctic Circle, closest to the center. The Tropic of Cancer at 23.5 degrees latitude in the northern hemisphere. The Equator at 0 degree latitude. The Tropic of Capricorn at 23.5 degrees latitude in the southern hemisphere. And the Antarctic Circle. The sun journeys from the equator at the March equinox up in concentric spirals to the Tropic of Cancer. When the sun is in this position, the northern hemisphere experiences summer and the southern hemisphere experiences winter. After which, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator. The word tropic stems from the Latin word tropicus, which means pertaining to a turn. The sun journeys back, taking the same concentric spiral path, and reaches the equator again. It then keeps going and reaches the Tropic of Capricorn. When the sun is in this position, the southern hemisphere experiences summer, and the northern hemisphere experiences winter. After a time, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator for the March equinox. The equinox occurs when the sun is journeying the circle of the equator, and those living along this line of latitude will see the sun directly overhead at a 90-degree angle at solar noon. The March equinox marks a season of spring in the northern hemisphere, and the September equinox marks a season of autumn. If you live in the southern hemisphere, this is reversed, and the September equinox marks spring and the March equinox autumn. It is important to note that the sun never reaches the Arctic Circle, nor does it reach the Antarctic Circle. It never reaches the poles. It journeys to the tropic circles and then turns back. The point at which the sun reaches its most northerly and southerly excursion relative to the equator is called the solstice. Solstice comes from the Latin word solstitium, which means point at which the sun seems to stand still. And indeed, many do note that the sun seems to stop on the solstices. And this is because, in a sense, it does. It reaches the most northerly and southerly excursion and turns back. But why the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn? Who names these circles of latitude? Our historical ancestors did. They had clocks that not only told them the seconds of the hour, the hours in the day, but also the moment of dusk and dawn and the current phase of the moon. Their clocks understood the true time, the bigger picture. They understood the celestial clock. The stars above us, beyond our firmament, and in the waters above, revolve at a constant 1 degree every 4 minutes, from east to west, that is, anti-clockwise. This means they revolve at 15 degrees each hour. 15 degrees multiplied by 24 hours is 360, a full circle. The stars above are fixed. They do not stray from their anti-clockwise journey, but revolve and complete a full circle every day. Our ancient, historical ancestors knew this. They assigned the stars above into fixed constellations. They divided the 360-degree circle of the sky above into 12 divisional arcs of 30 degrees, in which each constellation of the zodiac resides in. They designated each constellation in each 30-degree arc with an anthropomorphic symbol, most of which are animals. Zodiac is an interesting word. Zodiac, the arcs of the zoo. Yes, the parallels with Noah's Ark are strikingly obvious. Each constellation of the zodiac moves from its fixed position in the waters above at 1 degree every 72 years. The stars in the circle above us are fixed in their positions, but every 72 years, the entire circle shifts 1 degree. This is what is called the precession of the equinox. Remember, each arc is 30 degrees. If we multiply 72 with 30, we get 2,160 years. It takes 2,160 years for the circle above to shift 1 whole arc. Astronomers call this an age, and this is what is meant by entering or the dawn of a new age. As Wikipedia tells us, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn were named such because many years ago, in the days before Christ, the days before BC, the sun was in the constellation of Cancer at the June solstice, and the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice. What does it mean for the sun to be in a given constellation during the solstice? It means a position of the sun in the sky at solar noon. Of course, during solar noon, we would not actually be able to see the stars in the firmament beyond. Therefore, to discern the sun's position relative to the constellations requires either 1, a thorough understanding of the stars and their positions above. Our ancient ancestors, we are told, created star charts and used devices such as astrolabes. Or 2, computer technology that is able to map and overlap the sun's position against the backdrop of the stars and constellations at solar noon. The sun's presence in the constellation of a given zodiac sign means exactly as it sounds. At solar noon, on the day of the solstice, the sun should be in front of a given constellation. Look closer at the zodiac wheel featured on the dial of these clocks. Here we see that both the constellations of Cancer and Capricorn are polar opposites to one another. These are the names of the 2 lines of latitude on the maps, and that we use to discern the sun's most northerly and southerly excursion above our flat plane. All historical cartographic world maps display both these circles of latitude as Cancer and Capricorn. We see it here on Mercator's maps, on the Ortelius, on the Rouge, on the Urbano Monte. Cartographic maps combine so-called science with aesthetics to communicate spatial information effectively. They strive to be accurate. And we still use this designation of Cancer and Capricorn for these circles of latitude on our cartographic maps today. Google Earth also uses these designations. But why? As Wikipedia states, when this line of latitude was named in the last centuries BC, the sun was in the constellation Cancer at the June solstice, the time each year that the sun reaches its zenith at this latitude. Similarly, when the Tropic of Capricorn was named, the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice. And the wheel of the zodiac makes this very easy to understand. For instance, if the sun is in any given constellation at solar noon on the June solstice, then its counterpart on the December solstice will always be in the constellation opposite to the June sign. And this is represented with a straight vertical line. If, for instance, the sun was in the constellation of Aries at the June solstice, then it will appear in the constellation of Libra in the December solstice. If the sun was in the constellation of Pisces at the June solstice, then it will be in the constellation of Virgo during the December solstice. These signs are, in a sense, bound in their opposition to one another. And this is where it becomes interesting. The vertical line here represents the tropic circles and their respective constellations during the solstices. But they are governed by another circle of latitude, the equator. On the wheel, this is represented by the horizontal line. And you'll see that the lines form a cross. The equator and the tropic circles are bound in unison by this cross. Remember, the zodiac is the clock face of the circle of stars above us. When one turns anti-clockwise, the rest follow. And just like the signs of the solstices, the left hand of the horizontal line here represents the constellation the sun is in during the March equinox, and the right hand side representative of the sign during the September equinox. And it is the left hand side of the cross, the March equinox, or what is referred to as the vernal equinox, and its zodiac sign, which acts as a reference point for the entire celestial coordinate system. It's called the first point of Aries. The naming of this reference point after the sign Aries is arbitrary, or so they say. We also use it as a reference point for naming the age we are in. And if we start in the age of Aries, we can illustrate the precession of the equinox and the designation of constellations to their corresponding circles of latitude quite clearly. For instance, if the sun is in the constellation of Aries during the March equinox, then we have the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. We also see that the sun will be in the constellation of Libra during the September equinox. Now the stars above us are revolving anti-clockwise from their usual fixed positions at 1 degree every 72 years, and a whole zodiac arc every 2,160 years. So let's jump 2,160 years to the age of Pisces. The sun is, of course, in Pisces during the March equinox. We have the Tropic of Gemini and Sagittarius, and the sun in Virgo during the September equinox. You'll no doubt have noticed that the wheel represented here turns clockwise, and that's because it's a representation of the constellations, as if your view was outside of the firmament and looking down on the stars. If you were standing underneath this wheel and looking up, it would rotate anti-clockwise. I am using the clockwise representation because it is the best way to illustrate the precession of the equinox. This rotation keeps shifting one arc every 2,160 years until the wheel makes a full circle, or what is known as a great year. Why is this important? What we see here, and what the mainstream narrative confirms, is that the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn occurred during the age of Aries. For the last 2,000 years or so, we have been in the age of Pisces. Remember, an age lasts for roughly 2,160 years. And we are now on the cusp of entering into the age of Aquarius. On June 2020, during the solstice, the sun entered the border of Taurus, and therefore the transition has already begun. And Google will tell you this yourself if you search. A new age, or a precession of 30 degrees into a new constellation on the March equinox, is not some new age, pseudo-spiritual fantasy of astrologists and yogis alike. It is an astronomical law of the stars above in the firmament, and you can track it yourself every equinox and solstice. It is a critical and integral component in the function of our realm. If we are entering the age of Aquarius, then that means that the sun has not been in the constellation of Cancer or Capricorn during the solstice for over 2,000 years, when our realm was in the age of Aries. All the old and current cartographic maps, and even Google Earth, represent these circles of latitude as the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. There are no maps that present the tropic lines correctly, as they should be in the age of Pisces, our current age. Wikipedia and other mainstream narratives of deception tell us that our ancient historical ancestors of horse and cart and copper chisels named these circles of latitude in the times of BC, and no one in the course of history that followed bothered to change the names of the tropics to their accurate designation. We are in the age of Pisces, and have been for over 2,000 years. The circles of latitude should be called the Tropic of Gemini and the Tropic of Sagittarius. And so what? What's in a name? But this brilliant lady, who taught me this flat fact, was patient. What's in a name? Everything. And until she said it, I didn't realize how stupid I'd been to overlook this. Maps are not just pretty projections of the landmass on Earth. They are practical instruments of navigation. Our ancient historical ancestors, we are told, depended on celestial navigation, on the position of the stars in the firmament above to guide their way when at sea. Follow the North Star. And if perchance their compasses failed, then knowing the map of the stars above would be critical. Believing that our ancestors just continued to use the designation of Cancer and Capricorn for the tropics that was established by their own historical ancestors, who belong to a different age entirely, is absurd. Celestial navigation would have been an essential skill set for anyone navigating their way across the oceans. And if they did have advanced technology, like we have our computers and GPS systems, then would they really be that lazy and neglectful to not bother designating the tropic circles to their correct constellation titles? Did they really invest so much time building the most advanced astronomical clocks only to neglect their maps? No, they did not. All these historical maps present designations for the tropic circles of latitude that are well over 2,000 years old. Why? And why are we still using this designation today? For you see, these maps, and all our maps, including Google Earth, are tools of deception. Where are the maps from the age of Pisces? The maps of the last 2,000 years? And could these maps actually be over 2,000 years old? It seems like someone does not want us to know the age we reside in, or wants to distract us from finding out just how important the precession of the equinox really is. This brilliant lady's flat fact leaves us with the following conclusions. The maps, all of them, Mercator and so on, are either 1. Original maps that belong to a period that occurred thousands of years ago and have been given false dates and narratives surrounding their creation. 2. Manipulated copies and versions of original maps that were created over 2,160 years ago. Or 3. They are all fake and created during the Great Reset of the last few hundred years to generate a false history and timeline and solidify the false historical narrative and the rise of Galilean heliocentricity. Out of all of these options, the second and the third are most likely. Cartographic world maps are not easy documents to create and establish. They require a solid understanding of our Earth's size and shape. They require a thorough understanding of the circles of latitude that are integral to the workings of our world. They require a complex understanding of the continents and land masses. These maps are likely manipulated duplications of maps thousands of years old, or completely fake. And we do see signs of manipulation, especially in regard to the landmass known as Hyperborea. We see Hyperborea in various maps of varying styles, and we are told that these are from the 16th century. But towards the 17th century, we see Hyperborea start to be erased from the maps. We see unknown land masses that are present in some of these old maps vanish entirely. And then it dawned on me, the message of this flat fact. We have no trustworthy maps, not a single one. We have no reliable source to show us the bigger picture of the realm we inhabit. I continued my journey, and as I ventured deeper into the forest, the path to the center that led me thus far was gone, and I could not turn back, and there lay no path in front of me. I became truly lost. How to know where you are going if you don't know where you are in the first place, if you don't have a map? All historical waymarks that I had invested some degree of trust in before were now completely unreliable and questionable. How much had been edited by the controllers? How much truth was left? What if all the maps were fake? Why are they hiding the maps of the last 2,000 years? We do not have one single accurate or honest world map. And like in all moments of being lost, right before despair takes hold, an unforeseen circumstance arose that set me back on course. I stumbled through thick overgrowth and out into a moonlit clearing with a small lake. At this clearing, I met a mysterious figure named Sturgios. I told him I was lost, and he told me to come and look into the lake. He told me to watch the water. What did I see? He asked. Myself, I replied. My reflection rippling and glistening in the moonlight. Mirror, mirror. Look beyond yourself, he said. What do you see? And there it was, just as it had always been. Mirror, mirror, way up high. Mirror, mirror in the sky. Mirror, mirror, oh how they lie. It cannot be. All this time, hiding in plain sight. A distorted, unreliable yet steadfast reflection. A quasi-photographic image of both our known world and what is this? This is the unknown world. Thank you, Sturgios, for all your work. Sturgios has mapped out each continent to the minutest detail. His work is meticulous. He has mapped time zones, seasons, flight paths, and distances. The first true flat Earth map. And it is of utmost importance, primarily due to the unknown landmass over here that Sturgios has named Terra Vista, after the Aberno Monte landmass of the same name. Why have we never heard of this land before? If the area here is our known world, then the realm is absolutely enormous. But wait a minute. Sturgios' presentation of our known world here maps the 5 prominent circles of latitude. We see the Arctic Circle, the Tropics, the Equator, and the Antarctic Circle. And Sturgios has mapped the Sun's concentric journey around these circles of latitude, mapping seasons and time zones with the utmost precision and accuracy. So what's going on? The Sun and Moon cannot journey the entirety of the land masses presented here because it would take too long. Does this landmass not have its own sun? Or perhaps the Moon is not a map of the greater realm after all. But not so fast. We need to spend some time breaking down Sturgios' discovery here. How the image on the face of the Moon was and is formed, when it was formed, and why are all questions that no one can answer. Nobody knows apart from the deceivers in higher places. But there are a lot of things hidden in plain sight that bring us a little closer to having a better understanding of this mysterious phenomenon. First of all is the nature of this image. It is a composite image. You are witnessing multiple images simultaneously when looking at the face of the Moon. And these images are akin to a type of X-ray photography. There is also evidently a lot of distortion and optical illusion present in these images. No one can offer an explanation as to how this composite image has formed, nor has anyone ever provided a satisfactory answer as to what exactly the Moon is. And rightly so, for if they could, we would not be in this mess in the first place. While most alternative views of the Moon's true nature are rooted in nonsensical theories, such as those dreamt up by many deceivers and boys who never grew up, and who like the idea that aliens created the Moon and there exist underground bases deep within its craters. There is one man, however, who spoke of the Moon in the years leading up to the space race in the 60s, and who offered a very sensible insight. In 1965, Professor R. Foster challenged the corrupt scientific complex by stating that landing on the Moon was an impossibility. It is an impossibility, according to Foster, because the Moon is plasma and not solid. Here is what he said in an interview.
What is your theory? Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the Moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomenon, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation. Scientific views expressed all over the world now that the Moon seems to be of a quite different nature of what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the Moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes, but the Moon is definitely, as I assert, a plasma.
Like most that speak out, Foster was most likely controlled opposition. Notice that he says it is possible to land on other planets, but not the moon. It is likely that it was his task to introduce a half-truth, that the moon is a plasma phenomenon, only for his claims to be, quote, debunked and proved wrong, unquote, a few years later, after they staged the moon landings. Since Foster's claim, however, our own access to technology in recent years has allowed us to investigate the moon in more detail. And through this we see over and over again varying instances of the moon behaving in a way that debunks a lie that it is a ball of rock. We see with our own eyes a semi-transparent moon, either at night or while there is still daylight. We see the sky through the moon. Sometimes it is even possible to see stars directly through the moon. Many have repeatedly demonstrated that moonlight is colder than the shade at night, and therefore it cannot be reflected sunlight as it possesses no residual warmth. We also know that spherical objects do not reflect light. By the laws of reflection, the light concentrates into a highlight point and does not reflect. You can also see frequent crescent moons when both the moon and the sun are within close proximity of each other, meaning that it is impossible for the sun to be casting the Earth's shadow onto the moon. So if the moon is a plasma phenomenon, then how could this be formed in the first place? It is in the appropriation and demonization of the symbol of the swastika that we find some very interesting insights. The existence of a vast amount of historical literature and symbolism suggestive of a vortex opening in the center of our world is too prevalent to be coincidental. We have looked at much of this before, but strangely enough, in the years preceding and during the complete demonization and eradication of the swastika's association with the vortex, we find some additional information regarding this central vortex that is astonishing. In addition to the appropriation of the swastika as their emblem, the Nazis were also obsessed with a very similar symbol, that of the Black Sun. Prior to the rise of the Nazi regime, there existed an occult secret society within Germany called the Thule Society, sometimes alternatively pronounced Thule, that had sub-factions within it. One of these sub-societies, we are told, was the Black Sun Society. Influenced by the Rosicrucians and other Hermetic groups, the Thule Society placed special emphasis on the superiority of an alleged Aryan race with innate mystical powers. The Thule Society derived its name from a mythical northern country in Greek legend. Thule was supposedly a land located furthest north. Others have called it Hyperborea. The Thule Society believed, we are told, that an elder race, the Aryans, colonized our Earth, and they were located within the center of our hollow Earth. Admiral Byrd, the military Antarctic explorer, also made reference to a hollow Earth with an entrance at the North Pole. The Thule Society also believed that the Black Sun was a big ball of primer materia that existed in the center of the Earth and emanated radiation in the form of vril energy. This energy has many names. Some have called it Chi, astral light, Odic forces, or Orgone. In 1933, the main architect of the event known as the Holocaust, Heinrich Himmler, acquired Wewelsburg Castle, a wonderful piece of old world infrastructure and technology. He supposedly remodeled the castle, and in doing so imprinted the symbol of the Black Sun into the marble floor of what came to be known as the General's Hall. Much of what has surfaced regarding the German secret societies before and during the Nazi regime is deliberate misinformation. carefully controlled with the sole intention of distraction and demonization. The misinformation regarding these societies has served to further fuel the UFO and alien agenda, which many, such as Jordan Safer, David Wilcock and Corey Good, have since latched onto and promoted. They are part of a controlled opposition agenda. They are liars. The sole intention of disclosing information regarding German secret societies was to yoke together a ridiculous concept of a superior alien Aryan race existing within our world's northern core, or opening at the center, with maniacal dictatorship that resulted in gruesome genocide. Or in other words, to make them seem crazier than they already were. The controllers of our realm had to appropriate the swastika and eradicate its symbolic association with the Earth's central electromagnetic and physical vortex. And while I do not think there exists a black sun underneath us, if the notion of this seems absurd and far-fetched, just remember that the majority of the world's population have already accepted that there is some kind of dark sphere beneath them, acting as a source of our world's electromagnetic energy. Heliocentrism has convinced so many that inside their little blue ball hoax, there exists a spherical core of solid iron at a temperature of over 5,000 degrees. Their own black sun. Interestingly, they never represent this iron core with the metal's usual black or dark grey colour associations in their illustrations, despite telling us it is a crystalline sphere of solid iron. Surrounding the iron solid core is an outer layer of molten iron, and it is because of this hot liquid iron, we are told, that the Earth has a magnetic toroidal field. And millions have accepted this, and these silly diagrams that resemble Satsumas, despite the hard fact that the furthest depth a human has ever drilled into the Earth is a mere 8 miles. The heliocentric model has to acknowledge an inner core energy source because it is in fact a reality, and our world cannot exist without it. It is likely that the notion of a black sun beneath us is more distraction, although it is not as absurd as the heliocentric Satsuma model. We will return to this later. What is important now, however, is that not only have we another instance of the concept of a black core at the center of our realm, and another reference to a central vortex and opening, but we also have reference to energy, or what the Thule Society called Vril, radiating out of this opening. And if this is truly the case, then we have a theoretical model in which both the formation of the sun and moon makes complete sense. What I am going to try and convey now is complex, and I will do my best, but I need you first of all to forget every model of our Earth you have become familiar with. Things may not make sense at first, but by the end it will. Let's start with the realm and the firmament, and then a central opening. And now let's incorporate our known world, as outlined on the moon by Sturgios. And finally, let's add the source, or electromagnetic coil beneath. Whether a magnetic rock or an electromagnetic coil, the source of our world's magnetic field is located at the center and beneath, and any source of intense electromagnetism would produce strong radiation. No one can say indefinitely, but it is highly likely that the concentrated plasma that we call the moon is a result of a unique form of radiation, similar to X-rays, that emanate from this source via an opening or vortex. X-rays, or very strong radiation beams, would, by the laws of physics, emanate from this central vortex in diverging straight lines. Like X-rays, they would also be invisible. The divergent beams would continue up until coming into contact with the firmament itself. X-ray beams differ from light beams and do not tend to reflect. X-rays are like a super powerful form of light, and because their wavelengths are shorter than ordinary light's wavelengths, it means their frequency is much higher. Because of this, X-rays can travel through objects that ordinary light cannot, and it means that X-rays are not reflected easily. There are not many materials that reflect, scatter, refract, or redirect X-rays. And while I'm not strictly saying that X-rays are the cause, any form of strong radiation beams would behave similarly. There do exist some materials that can reflect high energy rays, and it was a man named Lawrence Bragg in 1913 that discovered that crystalline structures reflect X-rays. That's right, crystalline structures, a crystalline firmament. Bragg reflection is used, for example, to focus monochromatic light, and there is a device called a monochromator that uses curved crystal mirrors to reflect X-rays to focus monochromatic light. Standard monochromators use a prism to break down the light. This is a very familiar image, and Wikipedia displays it for everyone to see. It is now associated with an infamous music album. What is the title of that album? They are telling us. This means we're right on track. Radiation beams reflected off of the crystal firmament would likely be redirected down, off-center, and into the ionosphere above our heads. The same ionosphere in which the ethereal electromagnetic energy was harvested from. It is here that the beams will converge and concentrate and generate the plasma phenomenon we call the moon. The idea of electromagnetic rays reflecting from the firmament and converging in the ionosphere may seem preposterous, but there are many homemade experiments you can conduct yourself to prove the power of concentrating light rays. As seen here, the rays of the sun reflected in the concave mirror are able to produce intense heat and start a fire. The reflected light rays focus into a point to generate energy. And remember, radiation beams akin to X-rays are much more powerful than light rays. If the moon is a point of focused, condensed plasma, then it has to occur within one of the layers in the ionosphere above us. All the various inert noble gases in our ionosphere appear at differing layers and altitudes. We looked at how these are charged by the sun's electromagnetism to form the plasma sky. At a certain altitude in the ionosphere, there are two layers of neon and helium gas. It is likely that the sun forms in a similar fashion within these layers. After all, helium is linguistically very similar to Helios. It is likely, however, that the moon is formed at the level of altitude in which the gas krypton is present. Krypton is known for its phosphorescent white light. It is also used to create non-thermal or cold plasma, as demonstrated by contemporary scientists developing this field today. The primary reason that the moon's light is cold and not hot like the sun's is not known, but it is likely due to a polarity produced by their interaction with our electromagnetic field in the ionosphere, the moon being the dielectric negative polarity to the sun's positive charge. The craters seen on the moon are likely from the generation of this plasma. Perhaps it is some kind of plasma emulsion that displays a kind of outgassing or bubbling, much like we see with urethane paint defects. Recently, bizarre theories have emerged that we live within one of these craters on the moon. This is not correct. The moon is some kind of phosphorescent, concentrated plasma and not a solid object. You can see the formation of this plasma and its craters right here. It is not solid, it is a light. And this is great because we have a very realistic and working model as to how the moon is formed. What we don't have, however, is an explanation as to how the composite image on its face is formed. As I said before, the image we are seeing on the moon is akin to a composite X-ray photograph of our greater realm. And it is not an active reflection, but rather a historical moment captured in time. And of course, no one knows how it is formed other than those in high places. The moon is a paradoxical phenomenon, at once a volatile luminary of plasma that waxes and wanes in its luminosity, and also a steadfast image captured at some point in time that does not seem to change. We only ever see this image on the moon, and it never changes. This strange and mysterious image that has puzzled and inspired millions could be a result of a natural, organic phenomenon, or perhaps even artificial. Again, only the controllers know. The word photo originates from the Greek photos. It means light. Hence we have words such as photosynthesis, which means the synthesis of light, in which plants harvest light energy and convert it into chemical energy. A photon is the quantum of the electromagnetic field, including electromagnetic radiation, such as light. A huge misconception is the notion that photographic imaging is not a natural, organic phenomenon. This is not correct. The word photograph means light drawing. The concept of natural light-sensitive material is well understood. Our bodies begin to darken when exposed to too much sunlight. Depending on the exposure to the UV, our bodies can develop tan lines. The light literally draws on us. Certain textures and textiles can fade or come to the surface when exposed to light, and there exist natural camera obscuras. A natural camera obscura occurs when a darkened space with a hole permits light rays to enter from outside the space, resulting in a projected image of the space outside inside the darkened area. We can even see projected images of a solar eclipse here on the ground underneath a leaf canopy due to the holes in the leaves. Natural camera obscura was, of course, the inspiration for the early development of photographic technology. Interestingly, the noble gas krypton, the same gas present in our ionosphere, has been used for years, we are told, as an integral component in camera flashes for high-speed photography. It is also an essential component in hyperpolarized MRI scanners. There is also a possibility that the face of the moon is not a natural phenomenon, but was a result of an experiment. Photographic and X-ray films are created through a fusion of a gelatin emulsion with microscopic silver crystals. Because of this, exposure to light is able to capture an invisible latent image. During light exposure, the silver halide crystals grow to visible sizes, and this is what is called printing out the image. Microscopic silver was essential in producing traditional photographic images. Without it, the technology would not have been possible in the first place. Interestingly, in their alignment of noble metals with astronomical bodies, the alchemists designated the moon as having rulership over the metal silver. The birth of modern photography began in 1800, we are told, when the uncle of Charles Darwin tried to capture the image produced in a camera obscura. He discovered that by coating white leather with silver nitrate, he was able to partially capture real-life images. The use of silver nitrate was developed further by Louis Daguerre, who went on to birth the daguerreotype and modern photography. But what is interesting is that silver nitrate goes by another name. They called it lunar caustic, in homage to the alchemists' association between the moon and silver. It's also quite interesting that many Masonic representations of the alchemists depict the sun and moon as reflected rays. And what are the coincidences that the alchemists, who probably didn't exist in the manner we are told they did, associated the moon with the very metal in which traditional photography is impossible without? This is not a coincidence. Those of the old world knew what the moon was, and perhaps an older civilization that came before them and that were also technologically advanced had a hand in rendering the image on the moon. It's not that much of a preposterous notion, considering that we are continually experimenting with things on a cosmological scale today, staging fake rocket launches that sometimes get caught on the firmament, developing artificial suns, and some demons in higher places are even trying to find ways to dim the sun. Humans have always overstretched their ambitions when it comes to the luminaries, and I don't see why advanced civilizations of the past would have been any different. But how this composite image phenomenon came to be is not important for our journey. It's what it shows us that is important. And perhaps it is best to leave the moon shrouded in mystery. Whether a natural or artificial X-ray photographic image, what is important is its composite nature. The image we witness here is a combination of at least two fixed images that are superimposed upon one another. The first image we are seeing, as Sturgios' groundbreaking work has shown over and over again, is a skeletal outline of our realm's land masses, akin to an X-ray, and in a way we have never seen before. In this image, we see all the continents of land we associate with Earth, or what is more appropriately termed the known world, represented by the dark areas in the image. And we also see vast bodies of land and continents that we are completely unfamiliar with. Sturgios revealed that if you treat the moon as the mirror image it is, and flip its image like you would with any reflection, then you can start to map our known land masses with utmost precision. And this is exactly what Sturgios has done, mapping the known world captured in the moon down to its Great Lakes and deserts. The striking similarities between our known world landmass and that captured on the moon are far too exact for it to be any kind of coincidence. It has been right in front of our faces every single day, literally. It is likely that no one has connected the dots here before because of this particular unknown landmass, which Sturgios has appropriately named Lumeria. And this landmass is very important because we know that it does not exist anymore. Theories of Lumeria's existence as a lost continent have been around since the 19th century, with most plotting its location somewhere around the Indian Ocean. Those in the 19th century also spoke of another lost continent called Mu. They are one and the same thing. Old maps of Mu plot the land exactly where it is on the moon. And in 2007, Masaki Kimura discovered huge structures, including pyramids, castles, and roads, on the ocean floor, some way from Japan, a location very similar to where Lumeria is plotted here on the moon. The continent sunk years and years ago, and this is very useful because it means that this image is not an active reflection, but a moment captured in time before the continent sunk. The second image we are simultaneously witnessing in our moon is that of the firmament itself. Yes, you heard me right. The moon is the only known official image of our firmament. The face of the moon is a composite image, and we have to separate the images to fully understand what we are seeing. We have the landmass of the greater realm, and this is one image from one angle. And then we have another image from a different angle. I can only illustrate this by showing you. This specific area of the moon is primarily what gives the phenomenon its spherical 3D appearance. The heliocentric liars love this area of the moon, and they have used it as a weapon of deceit against us. It is not a crater with rays, like they tell us. Look closer. Really look. This is not the markings of a spherical object. It is the apex of the domed firmament from within the dome. Watch closely. This is the composite image on the moon, presenting both images simultaneously. And this is an interior of a hemisphere dome. And now, you see, if you align the central apex point of an interior hemisphere dome, then it becomes quite obvious. If you erase the remaining vector lines of the dome, then it becomes really obvious. And once you see it, it becomes very hard to unsee. It isn't a sphere. That is an optical illusion. It is the markings of a hemisphere dome. And not only is this the interior apex crown of the firmament, it is also a reflection of the center of our realm below. This area of the moon lends its spherical shape because of the so-called rays that emanate from it. But as you can see, it is an optical illusion. The rays are actually hemispherical ribs stemming from the dome's crown. This area in the middle of these ribs is not a crater. That is the vortex directly beneath the highest point of the dome. The controllers have named this area Tycho. It was given this name, we are told, by Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Riccioli in 1651. If it was not for Tycho, then the controllers of our realm would have a very hard time convincing millions that they lived on a giant spinning ball. And like with everything else, they have used Tycho to hide things in plain sight. For instance, another 17th century Masonic astronomer named Pierre Gassendi called it Umbilicus Lunaris, the navel of the moon, which is interesting as Norse mythology uses the same simile of the navel to describe Vergelmir, the whirlpool in the center of our realm. Arthur C. Clarke's Space Odyssey, one of the most famous science fiction novels of all time, features a crater on the moon named Tycho. In the novel, scientists find that there is a strong magnetic field emanating from the crater and discover that it is coming from a black cube monolith buried 15 meters within the crater. A black monolith, a Rupes Nigra, a magnetic black rock. If you separate the two images, then you can see clearly how they are in fact two images of two different angles that somehow have ended up superimposed on each other. We do not see any oceans or water mass captured in the first image, which suggests there is some kind of X-ray radiation at play. We don't see the vortex at the center in the first image for this reason. And again, no one knows how these images were formed. But if some kind of radiation beams were responsible, then the first image, the land masses of our greater realm, were most likely captured as the rays hit the firmament. And as those rays were reflected into our ionosphere and began forming the plasma mass we call the moon, it is likely that the second image was captured. And that is the image of the firmament, of the structure existing above us. And that's why we can see the outline of this structure, the stars beyond this structure, and the reflection of the vortex and other great deeps below. The moon is a masterpiece of distorted perspective, a plasma embodiment of as above, so below. And it's going to take a lot of work and careful consideration in smoothing out this distortion to try and get somewhere close enough to create a proper map of the world we live in. And because the moon is a disc-like mass of plasma, the first image of the land presents some curvilinear distortion. And you can see it here at the edges as the land begins to warp and wrap slightly. A lot of serious work needs to go into creating a flat projection of this distortion. But it shouldn't be too difficult, because the distortion is only slight around these edges. And that's why Sturgios can map the circles of latitude, seasons, and time zones very accurately. A map without the distortion may look something like this. But important questions remain. If the central vortex is absent from the land image on the moon, then why has Sturgios plotted the land we assume is Hyperborea over here, which is not in the center? And what about all this other land? The sun and moon cannot journey above all of this land, as it would take more than 24 hours to circle all of this, and we know the paths of the sun and moon. And the big one, the one you've been desperate to ask about since uncovering the only map we have. Where is the ice wall that you flat earthers constantly bang on about? Let's start with Hyperborea. And here's where many flat earthers may experience cognitive dissonance. Although Sturgios has plotted Hyperborea here, there is no proof that this is the true Hyperborea. There are a lot of different land masses in this region, and we cannot be sure. It pains me to say that Hyperborea may not exist in the way we have come to believe. Mercator's Hyperborea is likely the work of the Masons to throw us off the real path. And this is what our purpose is all about, isn't it? Digging for the truth is difficult business, and as we dig deeper, we come to realize that artifacts we found before may not be as useful or important as we first thought. We all get it wrong, but stay with me, no need to despair just yet. It is very interesting that the Urbano Monti map was added to the Stanford University map collection and made available to the public in 2017. The same year, the flat earth was gaining huge traction, and people were starting to wake up. It's also interesting that it has been arranged as a planisphere. The huge individual sheets of this map were originally arranged as an atlas projection, but David Ramsey purchased the map in 2016, and the team got to work scanning each sheet individually and processing them digitally to wrap around a sphere. Perhaps the release of Monti's marvelous map was an attempt to keep flat earthers thinking Hyperborea was located at the North Pole, and to perhaps bring back any that was sitting on the fence and hadn't truly woken up yet. A very subtle act of manipulation. But why would they want the flat earth community to keep fixed on Hyperborea? I have some thoughts regarding Hyperborea, but first we must turn to the clocks. Those of the old world knew. They knew exactly the type of earth they lived upon, and it's displayed for everyone to see right here in the astronomical clocks. The zodiac dial here, or what is officially known as the ecliptic dial, on the Prague astronomical clock, allegedly constructed in the 15th century, does not divide its 30-degree constellation arcs equally. It is also off-center from the map behind and appears distorted, and so many clocks of the old world present very similar ecliptic dials. But let's look a little closer at this magnificent Prague clock. As you can see, the zodiac dial contains a border that presents a series of vertical lines. These lines represent a chunk of 5 days. and each zodiac section represents a month. Those of the old world use this dial to track the seasons, the phases of the moon, and to present the date. But in a realm of perfect circles, why are 6 of the 30-degree arcs here represented within a smaller space than the other 6? They all contain 5 subsections, so why are they different? As you can see here, the Prague astronomical clock presents the land of Earth in the middle. Why does the ecliptic dial need to be bigger and off-center with the representation of Earth? The official liars of our realm, the satanic controllers, have an answer, of course. They tell us it is because the ecliptic dial is a stereographic projection. Stereographic projection is a mapping function that projects a sphere onto a plane. All maps are stereographic projections. We have no accurate maps. Wikipedia tells us that the ecliptic plane is projected onto the face of the clock, and because of the Earth's tilted angle of rotation relative to its orbital plane, it is displaced from the center and appears to be distorted. The projection point for the stereographic projection is the North Pole. In their fabricated heliocentric model, the Earth has an axial tilt of 23.4 degrees. The controllers needed to invent the axial tilt to justify the entire spherical lie, to justify the seasons, the vastly differing climates, and to justify the absolute fixed position of Polaris over the true geographic north. The reason Polaris does not appear to move, they say, is because Polaris lies nearly in direct line with the Earth's rotational axis above the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole. Polaris stands almost motionless in the sky, and all the stars of the northern sky appear to rotate around it. Remember, everything in their model is moving at incomprehensible speeds. But we can see with our own eyes that Polaris remains fixed. If they did not invent the axial tilt, or what is known as the obliquity of the ecliptic, then they would have no way to justify this in their fairyland model of orbiting planets. Polaris does not move, it remains fixed. If you are in Iceland or America, you can film a star trail of Polaris, and it remains fixed. But it is not fixed directly overhead in these locations. The only place, we are told, to observe Polaris directly overhead at a 90-degree angle is the true geographic North Pole. You know, that place where no one ventures. And that's why they invented the tilt. They tell us that Earth's true geographic North Pole is tilting directly at Polaris, and as the Earth spins on its little axis, Polaris appears to remain fixed. They tell us that the star's steadfast nature is an optical illusion. But their lies fall apart swiftly when you consider that the entire constellation system of the stars above remain constant. We always see the same stars and constellations. If Earth was spinning on its axis while orbiting the Sun, and the Sun was zooming through our galaxy, which is also moving in a bigger universe, would the precession of the equinox really be that predictable? Would the constellations of the tropic circles of latitude really appear with such consistency in union year after year at the solstice, or would it appear a bit more random? They are liars, and we all know that water does not lie. Resting water does not curve or convex. For you see, the satanic controllers are masterminds of reverse engineering. The celestial zodiac ecliptic dial is not a stereographic projection. The entire heliocentric model is reverse engineered science, and they had to start at Polaris and trace their steps back to ensure they justified its fixed, immovable position and made sure it was compatible with their globe. The Prague astronomical clock has been altered drastically over the last 200 years. It's suffered fires, been restored and altered. And you can see that here in the way the projection of the Earth behind the clock has changed over time from a flat map to a bulging, unsightly sphere. But look, when you align the ecliptic dial with the map of our greater realm, then this all starts to make sense. The zodiac constellations appear distorted, despite all having 5 equal subsections, because our location is limited within a portion of the greater realm, and this governs our observational perspective of the stars. The shape of this dial has nothing to do with an axial tilt. It is designed this way to reflect our known world within this magnetic field pocket. The realm is much larger, and therefore the firmament and circumference of the fixed stars in the water beyond is much larger than the circumference of our own magnetic field. Polaris is here, above the center. And this is so important. They tell us that our magnetic North Pole is separate from what they call true geographic north. Our magnetic North Pole is moving. How can that be? Is that just another one of their lies? No, it is not. It is a half-truth. They tell us over the course of a century, the magnetic North Pole has moved from its location just above Canada to near Greenland and is now en route to Siberia. It is moving fast. Why? The symbol of the swastika and the black sun offer some clues as to why. For years now, flat earthers have come to see the magnetic North Pole and geographic North Pole as synonymous, but they are not. As you know, the swastika symbolizes the vortex, but the black sun takes its symbolic message further. The central core circle here represents the iron core, the black sun, or what the fictional Mercator called the Rupes Nigra. But look closer. There is another ring outside of the central core. Remember, the black sun is the energetic core inside of the vortex. And remember also that in the heliocentric model, they acknowledge that the Earth's core is a solid iron sphere, but there also exists an outer core of molten iron liquid. They also tell us that this liquid outer core is responsible for producing our moving magnetic field and poles. This is why the pole is moving, because the magnetic field is not emanating from the solid core, but from a volatile outer core. This is what the second circle here represents. And like everything heliocentric related, all you need to do is apply common sense and flatten the curve, and things start to make sense. There is not a spherical outer core, but some kind of electromagnetic coil, perhaps even made of molten iron, surrounding the central solid core. At the core we have a vortex opening, but the actual volatile energetic source is beneath. The central core is akin to a central clock dial. It's solid and remains fixed, and everything else moves around it. But it is also the keystone responsible for this entire movement. Everything surrounding our world moves. The stars above move, the sun and the moon, and the electromagnetic outer core under us, and all the while the land itself and central solid core remain stationary. And not only does this outer core move and take our magnetic North Pole with it, but it is highly likely that it moves in accordance with the precession of the equinox, in time with the stars above as they move from their fixed positions, which means that it probably moves 30 degrees of the realm's circumference every 2,160 years. The North Magnetic Pole is slowly moving, and it is as natural as the sun and moon's concentric journey above us. And this is why the symbol of the black sun is a 12-spoked wheel. Each spoke represents a fixed constellation of the zodiac. Each section is an individual age. And the result is a situation like this. Every 2,160 years, our north magnetic pole circles the inner solid core and vortex by 30 degrees. This is why the pole has moved from Canada and is en route to Siberia. It is traversing the outer central circle, or what is more appropriately termed the magnetic circle. We live inside of a perfect clock, inside of God's clock. The sun and moon circle our magnetic North Pole, which is situated roughly at the center of our known world's landmass. But this magnetic North Pole circles the inner vortex and completes a full revolution every 25,920 years, or what is referred to as a great year. Each great year consists of 12 precessional or astronomical ages of 2,160 years each. We are on the cusp of entering the age of Aquarius, and this is why our magnetic North Pole is en route to Siberia. As the North Magnetic Pole circumvents the central magnetic circle, the toroidal magnetic field moves with it. The sun and moon are bound in their revolution by our magnetic North Pole, and because of this, they move within our magnetic toroidal field only. This is why the magnetic North Pole will always be the center of our known world. As I said before, the first image of the landmass presented in the moon's face is likely akin to an X-ray image and has not captured any water mass. And because of this, it has only recorded the areas of our realm with high density, such as the land. In the same way, an X-ray image will capture the parts of our bodies with the highest density, like the bone, but not the blood in our veins. In a sense, it is appropriate to view the landmass captured here as skeletal, and because of this, it has not captured the water or ocean surrounding our land, nor does it display a differentiation between the frozen landmass and that which is not frozen. If the sun's concentric journey above us is bound by the North Magnetic Pole here and its magnetic toroidal field, and this entire magnetic field is moving with the pole, then it is likely we have a situation of a changing climate as this process unfolds. All areas outside of our magnetic field will inevitably be frozen and dark due to the lack of sunlight. And this is consistent with what some of the scriptures have told us. I saw the great rivers, and I came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter. This is your ice wall, and it's not a constant, fixed wall. It is continually melting and refreezing with the revolution of the pole over the course of a great year and each astronomical age. Do you now understand why they are terrified of the ice melting, of our Earth supposedly heating up, and why this demonic joke of a man wants to dim the sun? They are using natural climate change due to the rotation of the magnetic pole to justify a whole host of useless measures and money laundering. They are terrified because they are on the verge of losing all control of the narrative. We must save the precious Antarctica from melting, the last unspoiled place on Earth. But as you can see, there is no landmass for us to call Antarctica. It is a complete lie. When they refer to Antarctica, there is only the Antarctic Circle, and a lot of the footage at the so-called Antarctica could have been taken at any location around this circle. As you can also see, the land masses of South America, New Zealand and Australia all fall within close proximity to the outer edge of the greater world map, and would therefore be within close proximity to the foundations of the firmament itself. This is most likely the reason there is heavy military presence in these regions. The changing climate, the melting of the Antarctic Circle, is as natural as day and night. It is a macro process of the larger clock we live within. We have already discussed how the constellations that the sun is in during the equinox and solstice form a cross on the zodiac wheel when signaling the age and tropic designation. We'll look closer at the Prague clock again. The central dial of the clock is placed within the center of our magnetic field, and the sun and moon move within this field. Our magnetic field is off-center from the overall greater realm. It isn't an even cross, but a true cross, or what is now referred to as a Latin cross or crucifix. We live within the crossbeam of the cross. And in case you hadn't noticed, our magnetic field pocket within the greater realm also forms a crescent moon. Not the type of crescent moon associated with the alchemical mercury and silver, but this kind of crescent moon. The same symbol that the controllers appropriated and redesignated to represent nobility. The cross and crescent are natural expressions inherent in the workings of the timepiece we live within. They are natural expressions of God's clock. And we got it wrong. Polaris is not situated 90 degrees above our North Magnetic Pole, in the region we call the Arctic, home to Greenland and Iceland. Polaris rests above the vortex at the center of the greater realm. And this is where the distinction between geographic cardinal directions and magnetic directions needs to be emphasized. When we travel across our known world, or the land within our toroidal magnetic field, we use a magnetic compass, and the magnetic pole is in the center. That's why when we travel from west to east, we go in a circle, and when we travel north, we go towards the center, and when traveling south, we move directly away from the center. However, there also exist geographic cardinal points. And what do the scriptures have to say about this? It's right there in Enoch's reference to the 4 quarters of the world. Our magnetic field, according to Enoch, lies in the geographic north of the greater realm. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first. And the second, the south, because the Most High will descend there. And the west quarter is named the diminished. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. First of them is for the dwelling of men. The second contains seas of water, the abysses and forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part, the garden of righteousness. The vortex is in the center of the realm, or what is more appropriately termed true north. The X-ray image of the land on the moon map does not display this vortex, but, as discussed, it is present in the second image of the firmament. At the crown of the firmament, we see it reflected, the navel of the world. It could be that the garden of righteousness that Enoch refers to, and what is also known as Hyperborea, is located right where Sturgios has plotted it. But this land is not the true north or central vortex. That can only exist in the center. And as stated before, there is some curvilinear distortion present in the composite image on the moon's face. I have used my little colourful map here strictly for illustrative purposes. I am not a map maker, but I did attempt to smooth some of this distortion out. Let's hope Sturgios tackles the distortion. And in both my quick attempt and the actual moon map, we do see a body of land right in the center. Right here. Perhaps this is the Garden of Righteousness, surrounding the central vortex. And perhaps Enoch's reference to it being located in our northern quarter is because it can only be accessed from within this quarter. Who knows? It is likely that the controllers deliberately put Hyperborea at the Arctic in the fraudulent maps to throw anyone of a curious and adventurous nature off track. If someone set out to find true north using these maps, they would fail. And because of the distinction between magnetic and geographic direction, finding true north would be a monumental feat, even without their deceptions. If anyone wanted to truly journey to the center of our greater realm, they would have a very hard time, and they would need to forsake the compass altogether. If the geographic south of our magnetic field is down here, with the lands usually associated with south, then the central vortex of the greater realm falls within our geographic north. But we would not be able to reach it with the compass pointed north. It is not located at our north magnetic pole. If you use a compass to travel north, you will end up traveling here. If the South Pole is the entire Antarctic Circle, then to travel to the true north, you would need to go south. But even then, this would most likely fail. If the center is made of iron, then at some point it would supersede the southern magnetic pole of our magnetic field. If by chance you were lucky to head in the direction of true north, then the compass would most likely fail altogether due to the iron core. As the mysterious text, the Inventio Fortunata, states, here the ship's compass loses its property, and no vessel with iron on board is able to get away. The only way to get to true north is by celestial navigation via Polaris, a skill set that has been generally eradicated from common knowledge. And I bet these oceans are heavily guarded. We will be returning to magnetic fields later in our journey. And we really need to reappropriate the definition of the word planet. Planet, a smaller subsection or fraction of a much larger plane. Time is ticking, viewer. You are wondering why I brought you into this dark forest. Why is all of this important? Because once upon a reset, the established timeline is a lie. We cannot begin to map our revised timeline unless we start plotting it in accordance with the greater realm we inhabit. We need to apply the astronomical clock, the ages, to get closer to some kind of clarity. We are not out of the forest yet. And can you feel it yet? The entire matrix is starting to crumble. Everything we've ever learned, everything we've ever relied upon to shape our understanding of the realm we temporarily inhabit is now unreliable. And all we are left with is our own eyes. And all we see over and over again is water always seeking its flat level. We see structural remains that those in the history books could not have built. And we see a great evil multiplying. We only have our eyes and old photographs, moments captured in time, the act of photography, the art of juxtaposition, of comparison and contrast. We are so small, Our world in the mirror. Where are the maps of the age of Pisces? Where has our history gone? And what has become of us now? Are we that different to those we see in the 19th century? Look at us, desperately searching for lost time. Our boots caked in mud, our entire days spent digging through the deception. Digging and moving the mud. Frantically digging. Tired and aching, but not giving up. And what do we find? The same things that our ancestors of the 19th century found. Glimmers of glory, of beauty, of pain, and wonder that remain stubbornly silent, offering no explanation for its existence or how it came to be. Old photographs and such glory. I haven't shown you just how impossible these structures are yet. The only thing these people have ever built is the lie, brick by brick. And I need to show you how they did it. Our world in the mirror, once upon a reset. There have been many great resets during our realm's history, all very different in nature. We need to look at all of them. How to reset time, to wind back the clock. The death and dawn of a new age. This was not the first reset, nor is it the last. It is happening again right now. Empty cities, such quietness. There is a war going on back home, viewer, and most haven't even realized. A peculiar and irregular type of war. Silent warfare, information warfare, biological warfare.
That's about it. For right there for the hold on here. There we go. Hey, I'm right here. Woo, there you are. I'm here. Awesome. Cool. So that is. I'm gonna go ahead and just stop sharing here. Stop sharing. So, I want to address some of the comments and things that I put in the chat here, and that other people did too. It was so some of the stuff here I mentioned earlier in the show of the clock and how I think that we're a small portion of it. Now I totally forgot about the 4 sections like on that Enoch had put out. So could that be the 4 pillars of the earth? Maybe our concept of our existence or our realm is restricted to a smaller portion of what maybe we can understand. Now, if we move, as I showed you guys, the video showed you here, and I showed you evidence here of my hypothesis that we are moving in to the northeast section, which would be a counterclockwise position. Are we moving in that our known realm? So does the questions I have? Does the sun and the moon, do they go with us all the way? Do we just transfer? Does the land? Obviously, the land is immobile. Do we just stay here, and then we have an ice age for 12,000 years, 18,000 years, somewhere around there? I mean, and then the next question I have is, our known realm, I've shown you, you guys have seen this, I've shown you yourself, the every 30 degrees, okay? All right, that's an age, 2,160 years. Every 72 years is 1 degree that our sky moves. All right. And because for the last 2,000 years, the thing is that how I've shown you guys and done the research myself, where we can look at Sumerian star chart tablets, circular discs, which are 8,000 years old, and they show the exact same stars in our sky. Does our sky? So now I have questions. I have a lot of questions here. Does our sky move with the stars? Is our sky fixated, like permanent? Our sky, the one visible, the one we can see, and is there a different set of star maps or constellations for each part, or is there a more expansive constellational image that we just don't know because we've only been really truly been recording history for the last 4,000 years? I don't know. That's where I'm at with this. There. Okay. Well, that's true. Slow trail, but yeah. Anyways, are we going to and then if you extrapolate that out, okay, and you encompass the entire realm itself that showed you, the lands way outside of our territory in the upper left hand corner of that circle that you saw. What degree are we within the greater circle? Because they're if we're circles within circles and circles, you saw the black sun showed you earlier tonight had multiple intricate circles that if it moved inward, that means it's reflecting off the top of the dome at the zenith, and then as it moves out, the image, if you will, goes down the horizon from our point of view. Is there a larger clock that we're part of? What is that clock? And then how, because we are approaching, because our time, the time that we set is beginning of birth of Christ 2,000 years ago, 2,024 years ago. Are we going to see what is that movement like? Because when the younger Dryas came around and the other ice ages too, there is it doesn't seem to be a gradual thing, a gradual progression that gets colder and colder and colder. It seems to be at least in the soil and the rock samples that we found. Okay, because you have to use that as well. All right, that's information you have to use and talk about it. What if, like, is it possible to where that? Well, let me ask the question here properly. Is that time between, because we have the 1 degree every 72 years, okay? We can see that, we can measure that. Is the greater circle, the greater realm, is that click a larger click? So instead of moving a 1 degree, what if we moved 15 degrees? You know what I'm saying? And that what if that would be considered a polar shift as well, because it's so significant. I mean, if you think about it, if the sun, and I don't know if this is true or not, but like I said earlier, Crow 777, he claims to have filmed an artifact, a second sun. Now, is that just us? Because if we have light here on half of our realm, depending on where it is, majority of the time, winter, summer, spring, doesn't matter. But then the sun is shifting. Does that mean the rest of it, the area that we were in, does that mean it was all darkness, or is there another sun out there? And now all it is that the spotlight, if you will, is the realm of activity, the realm of life is simply rotating counterclockwise around a larger circle, within the inside of a larger circle. See, these are the things that other platforms or other channels here don't ask. This is the stuff that really keeps me up at night, because I don't know. It's not about what keeps me up. It isn't about what Kamala is doing or who she is as a vice president. It's not wondering of what Trump is saying in his rally. It's not any of that shit. Okay, I want to know the truth. I'm speculating here. Okay, and I'm trying to put it on a palatable plate so everybody can take a bite of it and mull it over and think about it. Because if we're able, this is what the deep state. If you really want to fuck up the deep state, you get smart about this shit. Okay, you look at things where people they don't want to look. They can't understand. Like, oh my gosh, it's so out there. I can't even think about it because it's like so stupid. Because modern science says this. Da, da, da. Those people are dead. Okay, those people who think that way, they're fucking dead. You can, even if you are thinking like that way, you can wake yourself up. Okay, by allowing your brain, the most magical thing ever created upon any creature on this earth, is our brain. Okay, we have the ability to do so much with it. People, and even in some certain situations, been able to manifest just by brain thought. Like we can seriously. There's a study out there. 5,000 people worldwide meditated mentally to lower crime around the world, and there was a 32% chance. There was a 32% decrease in worldwide violence for that day. So I mean that's something that you can measure. It's tangible. So you can put your hands on, you can bite into it as a piece of paper. You can do that kind of stuff. Now, what we're talking about is the moon a reflection of the Earth. Now, in the last film we watched, the narrator he touched upon the possibility, and which I already brought up earlier, is that the moon is a negative, almost a negative image of what was once our realm. Now, so again, go back to it. The spotlight is moving around the inside of the circle, okay? And then it just so happens to be coming into when we were coming into this age right now. What if that was the what if that was the ice age, or the younger Dryas that was melting these 2-mile high ice sheets that covered a vast majority of the northern part of the hemisphere. But the thing is that wouldn't that also put in the fact that the rest of the realm, our known realm, would be also covered under sheets of ice, 2 miles a sheet of ice. But it doesn't show that at all. What it shows is the northern hemisphere of it. Okay, so then we have to take into effect that maybe outside of our realm, there is another realm that has sunlight, some type of a heat source. I don't know, because we can look at maybe okay. So, all right. So this is how my mind works, people. So we can look in the past, and we can see the Pare-Reese map where Antarctica is ice free. Okay, in the late 1500s, that was an interpretation of a map. That was a bits and pieces of the map of information being brought together to create the Pare-Reese map. And the Pare-Reese map is the only map that shows Antarctica, South America, totally ice free. All right, now if we had just like the Black Sun has centric circles, just like we have Arctic Circle, the circle of Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, Arctic Circle, okay, and Antarctica, ice wall. Okay, we have circles. Well, as above, so below. So if we had a a black sun, that would make sense for it to be circles, but also as above and outwardly. Okay, so not just as above, so below, but also outwardly. So if we're to, and that's the thing though, is it's not so far fetched for me to believe that, or even to think, or even to speak about that. If we had these circles with underneath us on our realm, and then if it goes outwardly, then those outwardly realms also would have suns that are also moving in a clockwork formation as well, in a circular formation. It makes sense to me. Okay, it makes sense because nature is fractional, right? What you see on a very small scale, very very small scale, you will see in a much larger scale. So is it any more different than we are the small scale, and then the much larger scale is out there somewhere? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at, people. That's where I'm going with this. But anyways, so the chat's been going off here pretty crazy. Let me go through here. Let's see. Wow. Okay. So they would look really because water, Orion, Central Stars, belt of Mintaka stars, according to Joseph Argulis and the old New Age cult. Energy, send me the Joseph Argulis and the old New Age cult. If you have a link for that, send that to me, please. Uranus is an a-hole. Yeah, keep true. It's true. That it's a gateway. Interesting. Okay, from the Alpha Draconian. Yeah. Okay. All right. We could have gateways that we put in. Okay, so far. Orion. I'm just reading through the chat real quick. One question. How do we have scheduled meteor showers if we aren't moving through some higher space? Okay. If we have circles on this realm, okay, circles below this realm. What if the Hopi? Hold on. I have the book. Okay. Yes, people, I do read books. I don't just read fucking news articles. Okay, people, I want you to learn. All right, I'm trying to help you learn things, people. I'm not just regurgitating information to you. Okay, look at this. The Fourth World of the Hopi by Harold Kurlander. Okay, it's an actual book. Okay, all right. So you got all these kind of references here and stuff like that. I've been reading this book. It is fascinating what the Hopis believe, because they actually believe that there are actual levels to different Earths, and each Earth got a little bit better and better and better. What if there is, because of the meteor showers? Okay, what if there is a higher realm, another realm above us that we just don't know? All right, this isn't. I don't think this is into the multi-dimensional thing. I don't think it is, because the Hopi didn't speak of that. Okay, but of course they probably didn't have a word for multi-dimensional or a phrase for multi-dimensional. But if they had, okay, so ancient stories. I've listened to a lot of ancient stories, and all of them have some aspects of truth. All right, now the Hopi Indians, they also talk about talking crow and a talking spider. Other talking animals. The Bible speaks of a talking donkey. So there might be some type of a validity in that. But where I'm getting at is that you have the Hopi, and then you also have the 9 layers of hell, like Dante's Inferno, right? You have the further you go down in hell, the more intense it gets. Well, what if there's also levels above us, and those see, the thing is that maybe there's some type of a scheduled rock drop, or I don't, because if you're looking about scheduled something dropping, I think of mechanical, I think of systematic mining or something like that. Because when you look at a mining facility, there are, Maggie, don't you fucking dare get on my desk. Nope, get back, cat. I I I love I love animals, but Maggie here, this black cat, I'm allergic to her dandruff, and if it gets on my desk here, and she's on my desk on my desk, I type, I touch my face, and that shit gets in my system. All right, so that's why I'm. And we've already had a conversation several times about this. I created her own little shelf so she can sit on. She's got multiple places around here she can sit on. So, anyways, what if those levels above us, all right, if okay, what if they're dumping like slack, or maybe they're maybe they could be a part of a construction site, or maybe somebody in their realm is also having systematic ceremonies to where they launch rocks to try and signal to us. What if they launch rocks into their ocean, to their known ocean, and because the water's above, so below, right? So what if they launch these giant rocks into their ocean, and they just happen to fall through our firmament and become meteors? It's an idea, it's a theory. Okay, that's the best way I can describe it right now, Slug Trail. But I may be completely wrong, but it's just an idea. All right. So human brain is mind-boggling. Tell me there's no God or creator. You're right, boneless chicken. There absolutely is a creator. The things that I experience on a daily basis, you just take a look at the human eye. There's no way that that can just be just random mutations. I've done almost 10 hours of presentation time on, so that means close to 60 hours of research on the layers of the ocean, top, the twilight, and the nightmare zone, where it's the heavy pressure and all that kind of stuff. So and some of those creatures down at the bottom, where there's 16,000 pounds per square inch of force, how do those creatures have eyeballs? How do they have buoyancy? How do they live down there? You know what I'm saying? So if there isn't a creator designing this thing, then the whole notion of evolution to me is nonsense, really, because we would see today, large apes and monkeys transitioning into large apes transitioning into humans. We would see that. We would see evolution in the process right now, and multiple species that are genetically viable in various states, right? We've had dogs and cats domesticated for at least 15,000 years, even probably before Clovis. We're talking 20,000, 30,000 years that we've domesticated these animals, and they only know simple commands, especially dogs. They can't speak our language. They understand certain commands. They understand 2 syllables or 1 syllable words. So there's a lot of questions when it comes around evolution that I don't agree with. And but when it comes to creationism, it makes a lot more sense when it comes to creationism. And it's just me, though. But anyway, moving on with there's something telling me that atoms, how fast it moves. Then okay, that would take massive amounts of X-rays, and the entire land would be sterile. That's the only bitch of the particle bunch. Okay, I have to believe the moon is providing some kind of intelligence for the Earth realm. I think you're correct. A lot of people have boneless chicken. I think you're correct. A lot of people have actually stated that as well. There's been a lot of poems and plays written on the moon. There's been you even have the polarism of the moon being the woman, the sun being the man. So there's a lot of duality there. It really is. Let's see here. I'm watching a horror movie named Moloch. Tried it. Moloch, yeah, I've heard that one. Energy, okay, cool, awesome, will do. Pause the chat. Let's see. Yep. AMC has the best horror movies. You know, you're right. AMC does have the best horror films. Especially the came out a few years ago during COVID called season 1 of the horror, of the terror. Sorry, the terror. Let's see if I can find it real quick, and I'll show you guys an image of it. The terror. Yes, right here. Oh, that's a bad image. That's a bad one. Let me find here images. Yes, right here. Here we go. That's a bad one too. Here we go. Should be able to open this up in another. Yep. Okay. Cool. I'll show you. I'll show you guys. Where am I at? Here I am. So many tabs are open right now. So many tabs. Here we go. Share. So this is the terror right here. This some great actors in it, and that's why I like about AMC is there are a couple faces you might recognize on some stuff, but then when it comes down to the true acting of it and the actual suspense of the thing, and these actors just take it away. But season 1, there's 2 seasons that I know of. Season 1 of the Terror is absolutely fucking amazing, and it's all about the one of the a few of the ships that went to trying to find the Northern Pass to I think to California and to the Far East. So they were trying to find the Northern Pass, and they actually did find the Northern Pass at the end. But it tells you of it's really well done, and it's dark. And it's a great genre, I think, in the late 1800s, 1890s, because there's a lot of scientific exploration going on, a lot of scientific discoveries going on. Everything's new and adventurous, and there's plots within plots and things like that. It's just a really good film. If you ever have a chance to watch it, it's a good sit through. It's a good series to watch. I like watching like one season of a series because, I'll give, if it's a really, really good story, I'll give 3, maybe 4 seasons to something. But after that, I'm done. If you haven't told your story within 3 seasons, 16 episodes or 20, 18 episodes, find me a new story. The really good stories tell you within 9 or 10 episodes, and that's the story, and then it's done. Those are really good. But anyways, so this is one of my favorites here. So if you ever come across that, you should definitely check it out. And there is Maggie right there. So Maggie, she's almost 14 years old. Hey buddy, I thought I would stop in and say, hey, appreciate it, True. Keep True. Appreciate the stop in. I appreciate everybody stopping in and saying hi, and at least hitting the red pill and sharing that out. Blue Kachina, the blue Kachina. I know what a Kachina is, or a cochina. Cochina is a dirty person in Spanish, but it's a derivative of the Hopi language of the Kachina. Now, the Kachinas are dolls. They're essentially beings that they believed that the Hopi helped them traverse these worlds and helps them in general. They're almost like gods. But yes, if you have something on the blue Kachinos, send that to me as well. I find that stuff fascinating because it's very, very overlooked in modern archaeology. That was a fresh idea, and I have a lot to say. The entire reality is being beamed in from a moon. Ike was one of them, not that it helps. Shudder has Creep Show series. Okay, cool. The Terror is freaking amazing. Don't know why I didn't see the second season. The second season is it takes place in a Japanese concentration camp here in America, which is a unique place to have a story, right? And I thought it was funny. That was great. It's also pretty good. To be honest, it's kind of freaky because I appreciate, and I'm a dorm, if you know, Warrior in the Garden, my motifs and stuff like that. They are Japanese based, and because they have such a rich culture, and I do they incorporate that into the second season. So check it out if you like the first season. Check out the second season on AMC. I think they do really well work over there. So, anyways, she's also you're allergic to cats, huh? Let's find out together. Well, yeah, boneless chicken. So let me break that down for you real quick. When my girlfriend came in, I've been around cats before. I'm like, whatever, right? No, this bitch right here. It took me 2 months to acclimate to her dandruff to where I could breathe again. I mean, seriously, I was so congested up here and so antihistamine reacted that it took me 2 months just to get. I mean, I was trying everything that I could find just to relieve the pressure and stuff like that. But then as soon as it was one of those things where I woke up one day, I was congested, and then I went to bed congested. Or I went to bed congested, then I woke up uncongested. It was literally an overnight thing where it just fixed itself. But she's fine. Maggie, come here. Meh. Yeah, she's fine. I'll send it to you. Cool energy. I appreciate the blue star of the Hopis. Yeah, exactly. By Comanche Point. I'm not sure where Comanche Point's at. I don't remember exactly where it's at, but yeah. So I'm all for people sending me stuff, and you can send it to me via DMs on Build.net here. For any of the other people that are still, I mean, even if I still have a YouTube channel, I don't fucking even know anymore, because it's funny. I can play videos. Well, each individual platform is weird, because on my Warrior and the Warriors Workshop, I will play music in the background, but some of those songs are not allowed in certain regions of the world. And I'm thinking to myself, how many fucking people are watching me worldwide? This is there was a UFO crash in the Grand 2000 BC. There's a lot of stuff about the Grand Canyon that is weird. There's reports of several tunnels that lead into Buddhist temples. North here, and about 30 miles north, there's a town, and they have a large quarry there. And during exploration of the area in the late 1800s, there was report of a cave where they found a 50-foot gold Buddhist temple, Buddhist statue of solid gold, and with various artifacts around it and stuff like that. So, but also in the Grand Canyon, I've heard the same thing. So, who knows, right? I mean, it's one of those situations where because the information has been so stricken from us and hidden from us, that how do we know what's really true or not? Was that Comanche Point? Okay, there you go. I figured it out. All right, cool. Let's see here. Well, that's going to sum up tonight. I think caves with golden Egyptian statues were found there in Arizona. Yeah, I've heard that. I heard the same thing, Slutrail, which is, I mean, would go against everything that modern archaeology says. They're going against everything that Zaharie says with Egyptian iconography is the fact that they didn't go anywhere. But then when we looked in Australia, there's a place where there is Egyptian gold that was found, because gold, okay, like most metals, they have a signature. All right, especially gold, for some reason, it has a signature of where it was dug up, where it was at with the consistency of the rocks around it. You can find that. And in Egypt, or in Australia, there is Egyptian gold in Australia found in there, and then vice versa. There's also Australian gold found in Egypt. And how far? You know what? Let me bring up. I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to bring up Google Earth Pro, and we will close here. We'll do a little. I mean, we're talking thousands of miles, thousands and thousands of miles difference between these two. The dual space has been there a very long time. Yes, both have been there for a very long time. Yeah, we're talking, 3,000 miles difference between the two places at least. And you think about it, how our modern archaeology tells us that there's no way that these two civilizations could have ever met because of the vast distances that traveled. Well, how wide is the Pacific Ocean? And yet we find Taiwanese, Philippine influences over on the west coast of South America. I mean, come on now, people, think about it. There's so much that we don't know. There's so much we don't understand, and that's one of the reasons why I changed the name of this show here to Our Realm, is because that's really all we know. Is this is our realm. We can definitively tell. I can definitively show you that the Earth is not spinning. The sky is spinning like a clock. I can definitively show you, and I've shown you proof that we don't live in a ball. Despite whatever people say, those naysayers, I say, show me proof that we live on a globe at the 24,000 mile perimeter equator, and the modern science of 8 inches per mile square. And I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube, but Twitter. Sometimes I get into these flat Earth conversations, and sometimes I don't. But I get the Jagoffs like, oh well, it's only 70 miles per degree. So if it's 70 miles per degree, I can do the mental math right there. You mean to tell me over 5 degrees that we can't? It's like then the Earth is extremely much larger than what has been projected. Okay, is probably 4 to 5 times larger than projected and what we've been told. But that doesn't work with the equator. So we're told the equator is a certain distance. Well, you can the curvature, to get that curvature, you can do the math backwards and figure out that it's 8 inches per mile squared, and that doesn't compute with what we see in reality. And so what we don't see in reality, how do you compute the two of not seeing things in reality and then being told something that you read in a book? That observational science aspect of it has to be done, and that cognitive dissonance has to be removed from your brain. You have to remove the cognitive dissonance. Other people can't do that for you. And that brings in the question of, do we actually how is intelligence based on IQ levels? Intelligence based on the ability to access the 4 quadrants of our brain? I think it's the ability to access the 4 quadrants of our brain. That's because you allow yourself, you break down these paradigms. You're breaking down this thought process of like, well, we can only think this way because somebody with a degree has said this. Well, if you go back to the people who are giving the degrees and where they got the degrees from, then you find the indoctrination and the closed offness and everything else and all the lies of where those lies came from. See what I'm saying? So you have to go back to back to back to back in order to really find out what the truth is. You can't just read at face value and go on from there. Let's see here. Since some time, Joe Rambo today, they're supremely confident we're watching a script movie and FET is a mind virus. FET is at Flat Earth. So Flat Earth is a mind virus. Those people have been watching YouTube videos of Flat Earth, or they've Googled Flat Earth, and they're looking at it as so. They obviously, if you believe in the Bible, they're not reading their Bible because the Bible explicitly speaks of Flat Earth. Several places, as a matter of fact. Oh, look at this! I have the reference. An actual physical reference. This is my personal journal. Okay. Right here. Okay, over here is the flat Earth references. Okay, more flat Earth references right here. All right, so these are all biblical references that I've gone through myself to verify, and I wrote them all down. If that's what you believe, but I look at historical documents and ancient cultures, which I've also shown. I've also done presentations on ancient cultures proving that the Earth is flat, and the mere notion that if even and it's a thing too is that a boneless chicken, those type of channels, that I'm sure they're nice people and they're good individuals, but they'll never have someone like me on their channel. Is because I would shatter their entire paradigm during a conversation, because I have a litany of references that I can pull up and pictures that I can show and ideas, let alone, I've myself, I've gone on multiple 3-hour rants about various topics. You can find whatever you want to confirm your own biases. I just go outside and look around and think about certain observations. Right, exactly. You're right, boneless chicken. Go outside and do your own observational sciences, because that's the most basic. And what you see, people say, "Oh, can't believe your lying eyes." No, the lying eyes is confirmation bias. And if you go out and you observe science and you observe the things, and you ask questions, and then the Socratic method when it comes to this kind of stuff. That's how I started. I never intended to get into flat Earth, because it was the last thing I wanted to look at, because I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was. But once I started looking into it, and I truly understood what I was looking at, and I truly understood that we don't live on a spinning ball, and that the entire aspect of it was a lie from Copernicus, it makes a lot more sense to me, because then everything else, then I start questioning everything else with the same pretense. Everything with that is what we're being told, a lie. Yes, everything that you've been told is a lie. Now, if you want to believe the creator, because if you have a creator, then Satan is real. And the creator is separate from us, because he created this. He is separated from us. God is separated from us. He cast Satan down, Samael, down to this realm to rule this realm. Okay, so he rules in biblical senses. Samael, Satan, Beelzebub, the morning star, whatever phrase you want to use, he rules this realm. So if he rules this realm, then everything's a lie. Because why? Because he is the father of lies. And once you start taking that aspect of everything is a lie is being presented in front of you, then you don't become a skeptic, but you become a truth seeker, and your discernment level goes up. Because why? Because you have to humble yourself to the creator to understand and say that I know nothing. And here's something that I encourage everybody to say, to repeat themselves. You must unlearn everything that you've learned to know anything. You must unlearn everything you've ever learned to know anything. And it's not about, well, I think this or I think that. No, it is about, not about belief, because in the middle of belief is a lie. It is about knowing. You have to know 100% what you're talking about. Sky is what is moving in my opinion. Yes, you're right. It is what is moving. I can't speak of shape or prove it, but heliocentric model anywhere. Yeah, it's true. The thing is that whenever the burden of proof now is on NASA and those people who think of the globe-centric models, because show me, that's my state model, is to show me. So whenever I people go like, oh well, it's 1 degree over 70 miles. Okay, well then show me that. Show me that math. Show me those diagrams. Show me the curvature from space of like that. Show me that kind of stuff, because you're either telling me that the Earth is not, it does not have an equator of 24,000 miles. What you're saying is the Earth has the equator of 174,000 miles. Okay, something much larger than we've been told. That's the only way that the you can't, this and that, or another, and there's the other art, the arguments of the actual shape of the Earth, and that's fine. We can have different agreements about that, but I want someone to show me where the curve is at. Either that or everything is false with everything we've been taught about distance and measurements and all that kind of stuff. It's throw it all out the window. And you have to throw it all out the fucking window. All those electronic ones, all the satellites, everything else has to go out the window because none of it will make sense. Let alone us traveling 1,024 miles an hour while spinning at we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and we're traveling at over 6,000 miles an hour, 6,666 miles an hour, and then going through the universe at an exorbitant amount of speed of 150,000 miles an hour, something like that, and then while tilted on our side from the start of creation, from the start of our amalgamation of everything. So we're spinning like this, like a corkscrew through infinite space, while everything else is going around, is following us, right? And then through this beautiful chaos, and that's order out of chaos. And order doesn't come out of chaos. Never, ever, 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 never, as it does. All right, so that's the whole thing. Like when people, like if you really want to get past this whole political paradigm, this whole left right bullshit, and everybody's all up in arms about and making fun of Kamala's VP and all kind of stuff. You've got to start thinking that modern science is not modern science. Modern science is a ruse. It is to capture your mind and keep you in a vessel. It is to keep your mind in a vessel. You right here, this right here, and us free thinking is the most dangerous thing to tyrannical government. All right, and that's why they want to keep us down on all aspects. So if they keep us dumb, they keep us focused on other bullshit out there, it's a lot easier for them to manipulate us and to control us if they can keep doing that. Now, if they, and exactly all these smear campaigns and everything else, you got to ask the question: why does NASA need $64 million a day to operate? Why are they the most the world's largest consumer of helium? They purchase 96% of the helium in the entire fucking world. Why? In pilot training, they started mocking flat earthers, then everything after that assumed a flat earth station. Well, yeah, it's true, but then you look, you read flight manuals and you read government documents, and it all says under the assumption of a flat earth. Okay, so under the assumption, I kept seeing that over and over and over again. And I looked it up. What does the word assumption mean? It means that there doesn't need to be an argument, that everybody can assume that the earth is flat. Everybody can assume that the plane is stationary. Okay, and therefore you can go forth and you don't have to argue over if it's curved or not. All right, and I like my favorite. One of my favorite is oh well, because the snipers, they have to adjust the curvature of the earth and stuff. It's like no, motherfuckers, they don't. Obviously, you've never shot long range. If anybody's ever shot long range, you have to deal with the grain powder of the actual projectile, the length of your barrel, the rotation of the bullet, and that means like that, okay, spinning around, the altitude you're at, and the humidity, the air temperature, okay. Those are aspects. Never, ever does a sniper have to account for the curvature of the earth. And now here's the argument of that, because you're like, well, because the curvature of the bullet goes up and it goes down. Yeah, that's because when it comes out of the bullet, it's spinning. So if it's spinning, it's obviously doing this, spinning clockwise. So it's going to go up and then come down as it loses velocity. No one's ever said that before. Well, I'm sure that people have said that before, but that's one of the arguments that never gets brought up when people talk about shooting. And those that have actually shot long range, they understand that. Like I have, I understand that. Black holes are measured in entropy. However, Hawking said they can evaporate through the exhaustion veto particles. Not sure if I believe that. Yeah, see, that's another thing too. Is about black holes and all that kind of stuff and things that are in space. The thing is we've never gone to space. We've lost the technology. It was deleted for whatever reason. It was never backed up, which I think is a bunch of bullshit myself. But when it comes to space, even Buzz Aldrin has said that never went to space to an 8-year-old girl. Okay, and I have it on. I've actually shared it on my X channel on Twitter because it was during an argument, and you can't, if you look at what they did, and then you look at all the nuclear bombs that were shot up into the sky, and as soon as they hit something, they exploded, and you could see the explosion of something hitting and moving, like water being pushed aside. It's just, and then you have the Van Allen belt, but I guess the Van Allen belt didn't exist in 1969, just in 1974. So it just, after a while, this shit gets comical because then you start to realize what's going on here. Why are we being lied to? Again, lies upon lies upon lies, even though in Hebrew, NASA means lies. There's that too. And I've seen the backside argument of that where like, oh, well, it's a slight interpretation of this and that. No. If you go to the Hebrew Bible, you just Google Hebrew Bible and you type in NASA into that version, it'll come out lies and deceit every single time. And it's just the way it is. So when you start allowing, and the thing too is that people need to start allowing themselves to think in these manners. No, Maggie, no. That what we've been told our entire life is nothing more than a set of lies. And history is, and this is Napoleon Bonaparte said this, that history is nothing more than a set of lies agreed upon. Right? Yeah, Mark Twain said, "It is easier to fool someone than to convince them. It is easier to convince. It's easier to lie to somebody than to convince them that they've been lied to." Right. So you start looking at these old quotes, and you start putting, you get the tack out and the red string, and you start doing the Charlie Day thing where things are fucking crazy. It's honestly, some days I think I'm taking crazy pills because of, and I'm sure Slug Trail thinks the same way because of what we believe, what we not believe, but what we think, and what we're finding out. And nobody it's seemingly that nobody wants to even pay attention to us. 14 people here are still paying attention to me at 12, at midnight my time, 1 o'clock East Coast time, which I thank you guys very much for being here. But let's see here. That did what happened? What happened to Pilled? Interesting. Well, let me open it back up. Oh, wonderful. Pilled crashed. Okay. So I don't even know if I'm talking to myself right now. I don't know how long I've been talking to myself. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Pilled. Appreciate it. Or maybe am I on mine? I have internet access. Yeah, I have internet access. So I don't even know if you guys can listen to me anyways. Jeez Louise. Let's give it a second here, because I do want to finish up there. Thank you, Maggie, for your support. I do appreciate it. The paw on the shoulder. Thank you. Is that in solidarity of my thought process? Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. So anyways, it says I'm still live. Yeah, I'm still live on everything except for I bring up Pilled and I get nothing out of it. But I can't see your guys' comments. I can't see anything. Let me check my phone. Maybe it's just the desktop version of here. No, looks like Pilled is down. Yay, Pilled is down. Jeez Louise, come on, this is not good. Anyways, well, shit. No, I can't see what you guys are talking. If you're seeing anything that I'm seeing, or maybe it's my area, I don't know. But it is getting. This is getting frustrating. This has happened to me several times already. Trying to stream and stuff like that, and just everything just fucking goes blank. Maybe I'm over the target. Who knows? I don't know who I'm talking to anymore. I don't know if there's anybody on D Live. I don't know if there's anybody on YouTube listening. If I've even been broadcasting on YouTube, I don't know if there's anybody on Pilled right now listening, because Pilled seems to be down right now. It's coming back. Here we go. It's coming back. Jeez, that was weird. Okay, 5x5. Okay, so all right. Now that I know we're back on, the Catholic Church crucified people for talking about a globe. Yeah, they did, and then they reversed it. Well, they were okay with the flat Earth at first, because it was Earth centered, and we're the creation of God. But then somewhere around Copernicus, around the mid 1400s, then everything changed for some reason, which I don't know why. Let's be careful now that the Germans made the Vril and Hennebu crafts before 1938. I'm just catching up here on the chat here. Like, I tried to crucify people. Yeah, they did crucify people. Absolutely. Okay, I lost myself, so I do apologize. But thank you for the 5x5. Appreciate it. I don't know Maggie, girl, you do not need to be on my lap. I'm telling you. I don't know what to make of that. The church taking a flat Earth stance. Well, I mean, Slugtrail, you had I've even proven on my channel before on a long time ago that that there's multiple ancient cultures that believe we live in a flat Earth. I mean, we're talking about cultures that have been around for thousands of years, and they are able to perfectly align monuments, the Great Pyramids, Chichen Itza, all these pyramids that have been perfectly aligned with the moon and with the sun. It's because the sun and the moon are consistent every single fucking year. They're consistent. You can map it out, and there's reasons why there's maps with almanacs and everything like that. There's reasons why the sun will cast certain shadows on the moon on certain monuments, and for during the solstices. That would be impossible if we were traveling in 4 different directions at thousands and thousands of miles an hour, hurling through infinite space. Okay, because at some point the star constellations would change, and they don't. They never have. They never will. They were right to do it. Many people in the heliocentric model Big Bang was developed to deny the extinction of a creator. I don't know. Boneless Chicken, do you happen to know who created? Good night, Energy. Good night. Be well, buddy. Do you happen to know who created the Big Bang Theory? It was a Jesuit priest. It was a Catholic priest who did it. So, take that into consideration. And people, and if anybody has distrust for the Catholic Church, then they should definitely look into who created the Big Bang Theory. All right, let alone the entire notion and the entire concept of massive life and intricate life and design came out of an explosion. Okay, all right, sure. Church pushing FET. This was taught in schools in the early 1900s. Yes, it was taught in the early schools, right? But then what changed? Who took over in 1913, 1914, 1915? Who took over educational systems? Okay, you need to ask that question. Then Kubrick went to the moon? No, Stanley Kubrick did not go to the moon. I don't know. Is there? Okay, you guys are having a conversation. Do you ever fly from Hawaii to Japan? it was flying internationally. I've flown internationally several times. When you fly, all right, people, I'm gonna break it down for you. Okay. For any of you guys that are old enough to remember that from TGI Fridays to Full House. When you fly, for example, when you're in any type of aircraft, okay, especially a fixed wing aircraft, yeah, you feel the sensation of acceleration and takeoff, right? Pushes you back in your seat. You take off. You feel the wheels go in the aircraft and all that kind of stuff, and then you reach what? You reach cruising altitude. And if you've flown for 10 to 15 hours straight at a time, you'll realize that when you reach, because at 10 to 15 hours at 500 miles an hour, or even 350 to 500 miles an hour, you're going to cover a significant amount of distance between those 2 points. And at that, you should be able to feel, all right, but so you climb to altitude, you reach altitude, and then what's the other sensation you feel? Deceleration and landing, the landing mode, right? You feel that. Those are sensations you feel. Why? Is because we have 2 gyroscopes in our head. All right. It tells us up, down, left, right, where we're at. It tells us altitude pressure, barometric pressure, all that kind of stuff. Your inner ear is very important to understand that kind of stuff. So, but we never feel, even at 400 miles, 350 miles an hour, as planes traveling, you should every minute or so, every 2 minutes, you should feel the nose of the aircraft dip down as you're going over the horizon, as you're going around the earth. You should feel that sensation, because we have internal gyroscopes. All right, I'll let you know that every aircraft, they don't do digital gyroscopes. It's all mechanical. And so those gyroscopes, they only go flat. They don't ever do that. When the plane banks, yes, of course, the gyroscope adjusts for that. But we feel these adjustments when we're doing this, left and right like that. Our eyes adjust. Our eyes tell our brain to interpret that we are moving. We're moving this way. Why? Is because of what our inner ear is telling us, what our gyroscopes are telling us that our eyes are doing. They're verifying what we're doing, and it's telling our brain what's going on. Not large churches. All churches are infiltrated. I think all churches are infiltrated, because if you're a 501(c), you're infiltrated already. That's my own personal opinion. God's I was in your reign. Are you talking about Little Season? Slug Trail? Because that's a whole different concept that I've been looking, kind of like parading around the edges. I haven't actually dove in the deep end on that one yet. I wasn't collecting that stuff. Looked at water. Okay, yeah. All right, so you guys are having a conversation by yourselves. All right, that's cool. But anyways, there's a lot of talk and this and that, and when I hear smart people say, "Oh, well, the flat Earth is just ridiculous," and then they go and they start trying to look at they're trying to tell me that because of the International Space Station and bullshit like that, I'm thinking, man, we've had hologram projection capability since the late 1940s, early 1950s. You mean to tell me that it's not too far fetched to believe that one of these telescopes on top of a mountain, where you have to have special clearance to get to, isn't actually a giant projector, and it's just showing, these, and not just one, but like multiple across the United States, across the Earth. Come on now, come on. I assume that we're being lied to about everything. Any government official, any governmental entity, anybody who receives their money from some kind of a government official funding, they're lying, because they're being told to. They're being told to shut up because they're getting their funding from it. And that's why, like NASA, for example, they get a lot of their funding not from personal you and I donations. They get a lot of their funding, all their funding from the government. And NASA is supposed to be a civilian-based aeronautics a company. And it clearly is not. So you guys are having your own little conversation here. That's good. I wasn't okay. You understand that's why, right? Because the direct route to flat Earth takes you far north. Just okay. Yeah. So anybody, if you ever looked at flight lines, that's what you guys are talking about, plane, aircraft. Once you start tracking flights on a flat Earth map, they make a lot more sense. And there's been lots of video footage. I've even shared. I did almost 3 hours of showing videos and information on on the flights alone. There's been multiple books written about the situation where the flights, because you can verify, even with if you look hard enough, you can verify city lights with aircraft that I've seen footage of people going across Europe, and they have an altitude and they simply just go over the land. They don't if you ever notice, aircrafts never go over large cities. They always go on the outsides of large cities, specifically because if there's a crash, you don't want to kill a bunch of innocent people. All right. So, anyways, no, you're good. Social, you're absolutely fine. Don't be thinking that you need to you need to contribute to what I'm saying here. Is if you two are having a conversation about something, absolutely go forth and have fun. That's how we learn. That's how we get to know and break away these boundaries of supposed knowledge or forced knowledge that is upon us, or lack thereof knowledge for a vast majority of us have it. But I people on this platform should know that I'm a flat earther, and if they don't invite me on to it, it's because they've watched my presentation and they realize that they can't argue that at all. Our presentations, I should say, presentations. Slave buns comes some toasted cheese sandwiches. South Park. Ooh, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Actually, sounds pretty good right now. But anyways, yeah. So I didn't expect this to turn into a flat Earth conversation, but it kind of did, because of based on what we're the information that we've been sharing tonight. Yeah, when I took 5 months of every day, and I mean every day, about 3 hours looking into this every day of research. Instead of doing other stuff, I was researching this topic. Sometimes I went to 6 hours. Sometimes it was an all day event of meditating, doing the research, doing my own experiments on my kitchen table, trying to replicate what I was seeing on the video, replicate what I was seeing in real life. And once you can replicate what you're seeing in real life, it's easy to do so. And it's easy to understand that we've been lied to. And that's what I really wish a lot of people would understand, is that your governments around the world, they don't give a shit about you. They don't care about you. They want to subjugate you. They want to control you. Every single government wants to. And I truly believe that understanding that we don't live on a ball, understanding that the sky moves around us, understanding that we live on a flat realm, non-rotational plane, is one of the keys to the matrix. To the matrix. Everybody understands that terminology, right? Well, we're in a matrix or whatever. Well, how do you get out of it? How do you stop the perpetual cycle of the bullshit? Why? Because even in the Matrix, the movies, it says that the engineer, the guy in all white, that Neo was the 6th version of the Matrix. So prior to that, every version had a messiah, had a savior complex, right? But each version improved on itself. So that how does that correspond with what we're talking about? How do we figure out what is true and what's not true? Well, observational science is one. You trust your senses, okay? Your God-given senses of touch, feel, taste, smell, sight, hearing, all that kind of stuff. You test those things. You test what you see around you. You question every fucking aspect of what you see around you. You don't just go into and like the news and everything else going on in the world here, I believe is all nothing but a distraction to keep you away from source. All right? Seriously. It is all designed to keep you away from the creator. It's all designed to keep you locked in a mental cage, to keep your mind in a box so you don't think outside that. Because the people who think outside that are what? They're considered what? Conspiracy theorists. They're considered scourge of societies. They're the outliers. They're the weird people in our groups, right? They're that one person where you don't really want to talk to because they'll end up talking to you for 3 hours and on one breath, like me. And that's why it's so hard for me to make actual outside friends, is because a vast majority of people don't know this. A vast majority don't understand that the one of the keys to understanding, to breaking away from this paradigm, this left, right, this duality, this bullshit, whatever we're being fed here, breaking away from it. That's why I'm saying it's so important to break away from this. All right. And I think even that's what Jesus was probably talking about. It's like breaking away from everything that, saying no and not participating in these people's, their lies and these people's, false realities, because we're being fed false realities left and right all the time. One of the reasons why I don't watch the news anymore is because it's easy to get sucked back into it. And that's what I find very disheartening and very sad, because I've known a lot of smart people, especially on this platform, come right up to the edge of stuff, but then back away because something else in the news happened and they got to report on it. It's sad and pathetic, I think, because I believe that people are smarter, people are better than that. And but the information that I put out, information I say and I research, it doesn't produce gold pills, and I'm fine with that, to be honest. I really am, because it just tells me you guys are here on your own will, your own accord. You're not wanting to get a dopamine fix that the brain will produce, and a psychological concept. All right, so you have two addictions. You have psychological and physical. I know this because I used to be an addict. Okay. And you have a cycle, and this news is all a psychological concept for people. It's all a psychological addiction. You still have, your brain doesn't know the difference. All right. Your brain's encased in the skull. It's never seen light, actual physical light. It only interprets it through your cones and rods through your eyes. Well, same way with the news, no difference. Your brain interprets it a certain way because of your confirmation bias or your cognitive dissonance or whatever it is you think or believe. And then because the brain is an addictive organ, it wants to continuously find what makes you happy. So what does it do? It releases serotonin. It releases other drugs into your microdosing, other drugs into your system, so that you as an individual, you feel better. People who run the news, people who run all these different psyops, they know this. All right. It's not some type of profound information I had an epiphany of because of one sober night out of my pills and my whiskey. It wasn't that at all. This is a culmination of evidence and realizing that there are these addictions, psychological addiction, and the news is a psychological addiction. People get, when they get the confirmation bias through the memes or through the news or whoever's reading the news to you, you get a dopamine fix on your brain because it's what your feelings, it's what you feel is correct. Okay. And here's the fucked up thing about feelings is they will screw you over every single time. All right. You have a gut reaction. Okay. Your gut, and actually there's a line, this actual nerve between your heart and your brain. All right. Once you understand that, and also between your heart and your gut, once you understand that your gut is connected to your brain, you start to trust your gut. But you have to cleanse it first. You have to cleanse your mind first of all the bullshit. You have to get rid of, you have to do what? Detox. Yes, people, you have to detox from the bullshit first before you can actually, or detoxing or unlearning anything and everything to what? To understand and know what the truth is. It's no different, people. It's no different from an addict. It's no different from any of the information out there. It's no different about flat earth and what we actually live on. Again, the people who refuse, who do not have me on the show talking about flat earth and the concepts around flat earth, is because they are not ready to hear this information. They're not physically, mentally, and spiritually ready to hear this information. It's not a, oh, I'm so much better than everybody else sort of thing. No. It's, I was given the gift of discernment from the Creator because I sought it out. I sought out the truth. I sought out to figure out what the bullshit was and what the bullshit was not. That's what I did. And in turn, I was given a gift of discernment. And in turn, I can look in the news for 30 minutes and can tell you exactly what's going on. I've been given the ability to take these ideas and break them down in ways that people can gnaw on them. They can manage them. They can let it marinate a little bit. You know what Pete says. Let it marinate for a while. You know, this is information that anybody should be able to find. It's just if they're searching for it. But everybody gets so preoccupied with all the other bullshit out there. They don't want to. They don't want to seeking this type of knowledge and seeking out what the truth is and trying to find and discern what is real and what's not real. It'll actually bring you closer to the Creator, because then you realize that you're being given gifts from the Creator. All right, and but unfortunately, a lot of people don't want this. They don't want to take it this far. They don't want to. They'll go right up to the line, but they won't step over it because it doesn't fit their pocketbook. It doesn't fit their fifis and their what they think and what they feel is right. And those feelings, man, those feelings will fuck you over every single time. That's why I don't do feelings when I do my research. I go wherever the information takes me. Doesn't matter where it takes me. All right. So, but that being said, I do appreciate everybody being here, for all the red pills, for all the shares. It's been great. The interaction in the chat has been fantastic. I really do appreciate you guys stepping into my mind for a little bit, because I don't think this has been clarified enough, and I get a lot of stigmatism on this platform, on pills specifically, because the so-called gatekeepers, or pill tifa as I call them, they watch a couple minutes of my show, and then they conjure up an idea and they spread it around. And I know this isn't for everybody, these topics I talk about for everybody, but I truly think this is the truth. It has a lot more validity and compound evidence than the rest of the shit, the news, or if there's a Trump rally on or whatever. This kind of stuff. If you just want to listen to me talk, if you want to listen to me show information, stuff like that, you can smoke a bowl and expand your mind a little bit, and hopefully take this in a little bit easier. Knowing that we're being exposed to endless psyops will have you questioning your gut at times. True, right? But then you also another part of the gift, again, the gift from on the opposite other side of that is the gift of discernment, and that comes from here. All right, being able to shut. You literally have to shut off your feelings and look at the information for what it is. And if it doesn't add up, then you understand that it's bullshit. And that's why they work. Your gut and your mind work in tandem. Is you have to trust your gut. As long as you have a clear gut. If you have a gut that's full of junk food and shit like that, you're not gonna have this. But if your gut is clean and you're drinking lots of water and you're grounding and stuff like that, you're Maggie. No. you're going to be able to understand this a lot better. CEO YouTube died. Oh, really? Huh. I wonder if her death was sudden and unexpected. Because didn't she get the jab? Boneless chicken. I think she got the jab. I think she did. No bowl smoking here, but I have been knowing to enjoy a peanut from time to time. All right, that's cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm just, everybody has their own thing. I'm not, me, myself, and I grow marijuana. I love it. I think it's a great thing, but sometimes it helps people break that barrier a little bit, and obviously consult your doctor about marijuana use and all that kind of stuff, because I am on different platforms. I need to say that. But so, oh boy, it's 12:31. I've been at this for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, another one of my 5-hour shows. Oh my gosh. I never thought I would be, when I first started this, I never thought I'd be able to go 5 hours, and I'm just showing you guys information, but I've proven that I can go 5 hours continuously, because I have done a NASA show. One of my first ones with Matrix Codebreaker. He and I did a little over 5 hours of NASA symbolism and the moon landing and stuff like that. It was a pretty good, intense show, but it was, again, 5 hours long. It's a lot of talking. So I'm going to go ahead and shut the stream down. Everyone out there, be well. Have a wonderful night. I want to make a couple announcements before I do go later today, I guess, at this point, or Saturday tomorrow at, I think we'll go at 8 o'clock in the evening on Central Time, so 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to show a debate between Dustin Nemos and Adam Green. Adam Green has been on this platform, being shown on this platform, and pretty controversial. They are going to be talking about the actual Jesus, or the mystical Jesus, as Adam Green puts it. You have two very smart individuals going at it, and I think it can be pertinent to show different perspectives, and because there's not a lot of that going on here on Pilled much. It's either you are a Trumper or get the fuck off the platform. That's kind of how that's kind of how my experience has gone. So yeah, I know, Sammy, I know it's late. It's getting late for everybody. So beyond that, tomorrow I'm gonna have that debate. It's gonna be 8 o'clock. It'll be about actually I have it on Rockfin. It's where I found it, on Rockfin, and it's a little over 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I've watched it before. I think it's a good debate. I think it is, and it'll hopefully bring in two different sides of two different teams, together, and at least they can have a conversation about it, and at least not be so visceral toward each other. But and then on Sunday, I will be playing. I'll have Disconnect Theater, only here on Pilled. What the theme is, I don't know yet, but you guys will know soon enough. So I love busting your balls on Trump. Hey, Sammy, that's fine, man. That's, what, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, you're retarded for this, but I'm going to point out certain situations and then ask questions of why people still support him on these topics. Because there is an aspect of pushing my will upon people, or somebody else, like Sammy, you pushing your will on, say, a boneless chicken. You can't do that. Karmically, cosmically, you can't push your will upon people. You can only present information and facts. And I wish a lot of people on Pilled would understand that, because it would make things a lot easier. The conversations would be a lot more fluid. They'd be a lot easier for people to digest and to chew on for a while. But again, I suppose that's probably me pushing my will upon those individuals and wishing upon that. So, there's a whole philosophical debate about that as well. But I think it needs to be both sides of the. Well, I will make one observation here that I have noticed here on Pilled, specifically on Pilled, is that when Trump announced JD Vance, there was a few people that were pushing back on the Vance decision, but the vast majority of the other content creators who reported on it, they were just like, okay, okay, I guess we're sucking JD Vance's dick. But then when the Minnesota governor came on here, holy shit, there have been memes upon memes and comments upon comments and everything else. The reaction to the two has been very, very polarized and very, very opposite. And I think it's been done for a reason. It's because we're focusing, because a lot of people are focusing their energy and their meme making and all that kind of stuff on this guy, on the Horsecock guy, and not on the financial dealings of JD Vance's his hedge fund corporation that he built, and all the people who invested into it. So you and Matrix see Trump quite a bit differently. Yeah, and that's fine. And I know that. I know that. And it's okay. I think he has his own look at things. He uses gematria a lot, but then I ask who created gematria, and why is it so significant? Why is it so easily being used in a lot of different things? It's because you can pretty much use gematria to verify anything you want to. It's just basing on how you use the number system. But then I we agree on a lot of things, but there are certain things we disagree on, which is okay. I think that our friendship, him and I's friendship, because him and I have actually embraced. All right, we've smoked weed together, and we've eaten together and stuff like that. So, I have nothing wrong with him, and he's got his own thinkings and his own way of presenting information. And I'm a little bit different. I do what is not easy to do. I stepped off the Trump train and took a look around, and really took a look around to figure out what was going on, and I don't like it. So, does that make me? Am I going to go vote for Kamala? Fuck no. Am I about to dye whatever hair I have left blue and go be a little beta bitch? Fuck no. I'm not going to be any of those kind of boys. No, not even kind of. I'm going to be my own independent thinker, and I'm just choosing not to vote this year because I don't want to consent to any party. I don't like anything that anybody is putting out right now. It's fine, just interesting how people with similar values can land so differently on some things. It is. You're absolutely right, Balloon Chicken. It really is, and that comes down to the type of research that they do. I think it comes down to certain gifts that they've been given by the Creator, because it's very humbling to have all this information in your head. It's very humbling to see these things, because him and I were exactly point for point with the flat Earth, and we're on other theories and other ideas and stuff like that. We're spot on together, but we're not there with Q, and we're not there with Trump. We're just not there. And that's fine. Am I still going to go visit him? Yeah, I'll still go smoke some weed with him. I'll still go have some Dr. Pepper with him because he doesn't drink. So, I'm okay with him. And here's the thing too, is that I'm okay with other people here on Pilled having different ideas. It's just what I don't appreciate is I don't appreciate the being called a retard or being told to shut the fuck up because I don't believe what they believe 100%. Or I don't think the way they think. It's kind of the antithesis of the left liberals, and that's why I call them Piltifas, because they don't like some of these radicals. They believe you should think like them no matter what. And reality is that we don't think that way. But there's no open conversation. There's no discord. There's no throwing ideas back and forth and not really trying to convince someone of what you're thinking, but more of a of like, here's my point of view and here's why. There isn't enough of that. There isn't enough of that. It's you're there on the Trump train or fuck you. And there's no conversation with that. There's a deep gorge division between people like that. And I think it's those individuals who say that if you're not on the Trump train, then fuck you, which I've had that to me. I think those are low IQ individuals, and they're just generally dumb because they're not allowing themselves to think outside the box that has been put around their mind. Can they get rid of that box? Can they get rid of that way of thinking? Sure, but that has to come from them. I can't convince them. You can't convince them. Sammy can't convince them. You know, I will treat people with respect when they show me respect, but when they show me disrespect, it's all off. Then I say fuck you, and now I'm going to point you out. I'm going to call your ass out, and that's what I've done. And a lot of people don't like that. And I don't really give a shit what people think when it comes to that kind of stuff, because I'm showing the truth. I'm showing the truth with proofs, and I'm bringing actual evidence and different perspectives and different thought processes to the table, and they're only bringing one. So that's where I'm at. So I'm on the fence about Trump. Not like I'm going to vote for Alf in November. Yeah, Alf. It's funny, right? Yeah, and that's fine. And everybody is going to be at their own point when it comes to this kind of stuff. And I'm not going to hold it against them if they do. And because it's ultimately down to their individual's choice. But like I said before, where I come from is I want the conversation to be put on the table to where we can all talk about this in a manner and not and without our fifis. And get to the true core of things. You know, like just find the facts. Go where the facts lead you. Simple as that. Well, Operation Trust also happened 100 years ago during the Bolshevik Revolution. So I encourage you, if you're looking at Operation Trust with the Q, there's a lot of similarities there. A lot of trust the plan and a lot of the same rhetoric. Like I said before, I've been very consistent for almost 2 years now, saying that the playbooks at the deep state, and I use the deep state and just in quotations to give it an identity name, the deep state has the same playbook they've been using for probably a better part of 1500 to 1800 years, probably 2000 years. But there's just the different names of the play, and they're slightly different versions of it, but the core setup is exactly the same. Core play is exactly the same. Have you shown Matrix why you see Trump as you do, and has he shown you what he sees that got him where he is? Well, here's the thing, Boneless Chicken. I came from being a Trumper. I came from being MAGA. I came from believing that the Q stuff was real. All right. So I understand all of that. I understand everything where he's coming from. What I did is I took a break from all that for 2 months. And then I went back into it with a fresh mind. Like, I didn't watch any news. I didn't watch people who were saying stuff about the news. I don't want to watch the news too much right now. And I understand. I know where he's going with this because we used to talk about it. Now, with me, there's been very few people who've actually come to me and asking why I'm thinking the way I am. They've just labeled me as a degenerate because I'm not 100%, supporting Trump. So it has to be a two-way street. I'm willing to have the conversation. As a matter of fact, I have a show every couple of weeks called Open Dojo, and where anybody can step on the mat and come to me with information, proving if I'm wrong, or if they want to. I even open the chat up for anybody to come in and talk to see if you want to talk about that kind of stuff. I've had 0 challengers on that. And I've been doing this for 4 or 5 months at least, that I have an Open Dojo. So I have shows. I have a show designed specifically for people to come and have a conversation with me. But no one, they want to come and bullshit, which is fine. That's what's part of that's the other part of the show. Maggie, no. But then there's on the serious part, there's no open conversation and just talking about certain topics, right? But you saw something that toggled you. Has Matrix seen whatever it was? No, he hasn't, because I haven't shown him what I was talking about. But again, getting a hold of the guy is pretty difficult to do because he doesn't have a phone unless it's connected to Wi-Fi, and he lives in St. Louis, and I'm 2 hours away from him. And whenever I'm doing a show, he's doing a show with Amazon, and they're doing their own thing. So, but you know, I set up a space for people to come on to my channel and to have a conversation with me about anything. And I mean anything under the sun. I can talk to you about adrenochrome all the way to zebras. And the thing is that not a lot of people want to. They assume that I'm not on the Trump train, so they assume that I'm like left wing for some reason. I'm not quite sure, but I'm very easy to talk to. I do listen to the people I've been on. I've been on Pete's channel on a panel. I'm on two panel shows a week, and I don't understand why people don't want to come to me and talk to me about stuff. It's just that he pretty confident in his conclusions, and he saw that what toggled you might be able to explain that. Sure, if he's willing to have the conversation with me, absolutely. But I'll have the conversation with him, absolutely. But our paths just haven't crossed on that yet. That makes sense. So I've only heard ever called you anti-Trump. For the record, I have never said anything bad about you personally, and that's fine. I only ever called you it. This isn't directed toward you, Sammy. Okay, this is everybody and people in general. That's why I'm generalities here is what I'm speaking in. J6 in the pandemic rattled me to the caboose on Trump train, kind of hanging on because I don't really have a choice. Well, no, you do have a choice. Just like in the movie War Game with Matthew Broderick about the computer, the AI that said, "Do you want to play a game of chess? How do you win? You don't participate." Right? We still have that third choice. Believe it or not, we can choose not to participate in this endless cycle of looping and bullshit. Okay? And that's what it is. It's an endless cycle, the same thing over and over and over and over again. And honestly, I'm just tired of it. my throat's getting a little raspy. I'm just tired of it. I don't want to, if we're to truly move forward and move and get beyond, get better and have this conscious awakening and stuff like that, then what better way to do that and do so than to break the entire paradigm, the entire cycle, and to do what? To not participate in it. So what happened to the movement of us creating our own separate stuff, our own separate internet, our own separate markets, our own separate this, our own separate that, away from the current construct? What happened to that? It got squashed. It went away. Why? It's because Trump came back on the scene and started running for president. That's why. And everybody has, because people are human and humans are fallible, they want to go back to what is comfortable. They want to go back to what is they understand. And they understand because of the contrast, and this is by design, they go back to Trump willingly, absolutely without measure. And that's where I have a problem, because at that point, that's brainwashing. It's not true individual thought. It doesn't. You're not expanding your mind. You're not raising your consciousness at that point. You're doing anything that the Great Awakening is supposed to be proving. Now, the Great Awakening is you waking up from your slumber from the Matrix, from the machine. Taking that that hose from behind your head and all the other hoses are popping. Those things popping off. That is waking up from the Matrix, understanding what we really live on, understanding what's really going on, who's really pulling the strings. That's part of it. And it's not just one aspect, it's multiple aspects, because once you understand that we live on a flat rotational plane, then everything else is a lie. Everything you can find is nothing more than a lie. Is an amalgamation of bullshit that is meant to cover your eyes and keep you from the truth. I want to explain my mind and always ask why. Yes, right. You should always ask why. Absolutely. Sometimes change. If something changes, so we have a choice, then I'll hop aboard. Right now, might be the lesser of two evils. Hopefully, well, there's a key. There's a key phrase right there. Hopefully, hope. Now I understand hope. I do. All right. I understand optimism. I understand that. But I don't agree with the lesser of two evils. You're still voting for evil. You're still voting for the evil, and because that's what people are acceptable, because people have a level of acceptance of what they're willing to allow to influence them and what they're not allowed to influence, not going to allow them to influence themselves. So what I mean by that is when the things that I bring up and Salty brings up and we talk together on the shows, is that there is a level of consent with that goes along with my voice. All right. So when you vote for something, you're consenting to everything that person's doing and everything that person's ever done, because you're so this is my person, this is my woman, this is my man that I'm voting for. And when you understand, and I'm not saying that you don't understand, but when there comes a level of understanding of consent, I have reached my precipice on certain things, and everybody's going to have to reach their own precipice on certain things where they will no longer accept what is being fed to them. They will no longer accept the lies. They will no longer accept the lesser of two evils, and they say no more. And that's different for everybody. And I can't tell you when that's going to be for people who are still here or anybody else on Unpilled. That's going to be different for everybody else. But part of that is having these open and honest conversations like we're doing right now. And I think this is absolutely fantastic. This has been one of my better shows, even though we're at over 5 hours now. This has been a great show. Another 5-hour show. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations for those who've been through it, the entire thing for 5 hours. If you haven't fallen asleep, that's where I'm coming down to is that, I understand people are at different parts of the journey. Everybody's at different levels and this and that and other. But how do you know where you're at if you don't even talk about it? If the idea or the attitude is, well, this person said one thing, said faking gay about the Trump shooting, then that person's written off for life. Then see what I'm saying? It's the same thing as the left has done, but now the gatekeepers of the Pill Tifa here on Pilled have done that. They have taken the mentality of the left and like, well, if you don't believe what we say, then get the fuck out of here. I mean, seriously, it's not a. I'm not saying that Matrix Codebreaker is that way at all. But what I'm saying is other people on the platform, other large content creators are like that. And I'm thinking to myself, how do you really rise above the noise and to see the actual battlefield if this is the way people are thinking? It doesn't behoove anybody to think in this manner. And that's what I call out, because it's a massive amount of disrespect when there's no disrespect that needs to be given. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, maybe Trump will make things feel like things turning around for a time, and we can maybe live like that. Well, I will say, look at his first administration, Boneless Chicken. We felt better. Why? It's because we had more money in our pockets. So then what feels better and what money in our pockets does, where does that really lead to? Where does that really lead people to? What is the underlying tone that is in that message there? Is that people worship money more than they worship anything else, because they feel better, because they have more spending power, because everything that Trump has done, damn near everything, like 98% of the things that he did, has gone away. It's gone away. So, and that's undeniable. You can't deny that. And he didn't make anything permanent. He made a couple things permanent, but I don't think they were I don't think they've actually have an overall benefit to the masses like they should have been. So, I really want to see Trump. I'll change my mind. I'll give him credit where credit's due if he goes after the Federal Reserve, if he goes after these 3-letter agencies, if he goes after the pork, the additional pork spending that's done in the bills, if he does things that actually helps the American people individually, if he really does things that are long lasting impacts upon our nation, and not always constantly talking about Iran bad and Israel good. So I have too many depending on me to opt out. It's a reality before me that I need to mitigate whatever happens is going to happen. Well, and that's it's exactly what I've been saying, Boneless Chicken. Everybody's situation is different. Everybody has different inputs. Everybody has different outports, and stuff like that. And I understand that, right? I understand that. But allow the conversation. But what you're doing right here is you're allowing the conversation to go forth. You're interacting. You're being honest and saying, well, I think this, but I also have these other factors involved in my decision. Totally fine. I have no problem with that. Okay, and that's the big thing is that maybe people are listening to the Pilatifa and saying that I'm supposedly a certain way, when all you have to do is come and ask me, And I think this is a great conversation that we've had so far tonight. I do appreciate it. Wasn't the money? It was a lack of conflict. People were selling down until 20. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, people. It's been over 5 hours, and I'm tired. Now I'm tired. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I'm tired. I'm officially tired. I'm sure you guys are too. It's 2 o'clock on the West Coast, and then it's almost midnight? No, it's 11 o'clock. 2 hours. Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock on the West Coast time. I'm tired. I think it's been a pretty good. We've covered quite a bit of the original content that I wanted to share. The what is our moon showing us? That was the general question to start from. I think we've covered some pretty good starting bases. I showed you guys how I do some of my research, and when I watch these videos, usually, like for example, the Erewhon thing, I would have taken probably 6 or 7 hours of stopping the film, writing down notes, and then going off in different avenues of approach, different rabbit holes to find information. But I do that with every topic. I shared a 22-minute video on Pilled one day, and I did 10 hours of research to verify that what I was sharing was correct. Actually, it was on a live show that I did that. So, but yeah, anyways, Blood and Stones it takes to come on Pilled and go against the grain. It needs to be said. It does. And I think my voice, as well as Pilled, as well as anybody else's voice who is still listening to me right now, I think your voices are equally important to anybody else's on here. I don't care if you have 800 people to your live shows. Your voice is equally important. All right, I do. I really do. I think that, which is why I cultivate an area so people can come on and speak their mind. So people can hear them, hear their voices, hear their opinions. I do that because I believe the input, even if I disagree with 99% of stuff, whatever Sammy says, okay? I may disagree with that, but there's that 1% that we can at least come together and converse on and have a commonality in. And if there's that one thing that we can talk about and have commonality, there's going to be 2, then there's going to be 3, and then there's going to be 10, okay? It's just, the door of conversation has to be open, and it has to be a 2-party system being willing to open the door and talk, converse, shared ideas. But here's the key factor, and I'll stand on this hill. You got to get rid of the fifis. You got to get rid of all the feelings when it comes in when you're wrapped up in this kind of shit. Okay, you got to get rid of it. It won't stand. All right, the conversation will not progress forward. Our enlightenment will not happen. Or the awakening will not happen as long as people have their feelings wrapped up in this shit. And that's just the truth of it. So thank you very much out there, everybody out there in the chat. People are still listening. I do appreciate you being here. It's been a wonderful, wonderful night. I think we covered a lot of different topics. And where am I? Oh, shit, I just lost myself. Here we go. I think it's been fun. I think it really has. I want to do this again. And maybe on a different topic. Doesn't necessarily have to be about this, but about the flat Earth or the moon. But the moon is a very enigmatic. It's been enigmatic, whatever. It's not even a word. It's a very enigmatic and mysterious thing. That thing that we see in the night sky on a 28 day cycle. So, which supposedly controls tides and everything else, and women's menstrual cycles and 13-month calendar and all that kind of stuff. So there's still a lot of information to dig through and to present, but I think we're on the right start. I think we're doing well. Same to you. I can take bad news. Lived in prison 55 years. I am what I am. See, you get it too. So it's if we're like what Rev says, we have to work together, right? And those words have resonated with me for a while since Rev started putting together. But he also has to add the aspect that it's a two-way street. Okay, coming and going. People have to come and people have to go. People have to be willing to have these conversations, to be open in their minds, be willing to take a chance on someone to facilitate a different idea. And I think that's what we're lacking right now is that chance taking and the general want to have an open conversation without any feelings involved. So, and I'll leave you with all this. Celery juice is fargan dreadful, but I pound it anyways. I don't think I've ever had celery juice. I'll have to try it out. But anyways, isn't celery like 80% water anyways? Something like that. Anyways. All right, folks. I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I'm going to leave you out with some music. I do appreciate you being here, spending all your time, the conversation, all that kind of fun stuff. And here it is. Here's the song, or here's the music for a couple minutes, and then I think I don't know if you guys know that or not, but I'm going to bed, so I'm not going to find who you are in bed or not. I encourage people to say hello from me to them, to whatever channel you land on, and let them know that we had a wonderful, open, honest conversation. So we got to spread the word. But that being said, be well, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow for the debate, and then Sunday for Disconnect Theater. Have a wonderful weekend.